Maybe. Well, round two. Okay. Nice. Nice indeed. They fix everything and we'll return to not that. Huh. It's in Sperry. Oh. I guess it broke. There's an NVIDIA codec problem with the in Streamlabs, which usually doesn't happen. I have two graphics cards, and one of them is like an NVIDIA. It's a 3060 Ti, and then I have an AMD 6700 XT, and the AMD usually handles Unreal, so I don't have to worry about it. And then the whole streaming thing is just governed by the NVIDIA card, because the NVIDIA codec is honestly just better than the AMD codec in the results it gives. It's way more intensive. Way more intensive. But when I did the AMD codec, it had a lot of screen tearing. It just looked like it just couldn't keep up very well. And I had like the best settings. I came up with everything they recommended. And they're just like, that's how it is. I'm like, it looked terrible. But unfortunately, that has some limitations. That's like the first time I've ever had that codec crash, the NVIDIA one. Maybe just during the build process, it just messed something up. I don't know. Anyway, let me refix the YouTube garbage. I dual stream to YouTube, and some nights there are people on it, and it's kind of cool, and other nights it's like, why did I even bother to stream to YouTube? But I've just had it going forever in there, so I just kind of, I've kept it going. But let me tell my Discord that the previous one is broken. That reminds me. Should do one other thing here. To the Discord link. This way, when I go to pull all the people who are, you know, going to test the game for me and everything, I can, I'll just pull them from the Discord. But I got to put it up. People know. In it everywhere. In forever. Perfect. Okay. Back to breaking things. Unable to accept invite. Really? Hey Fox, how's it going? That's interesting. I mean, the link looks like it works for me, but we tested on how the link can be expired. It's literally a brand new link. Yeah, I'll try again. Find a way to the restream chat that puts it twice on YouTube. Man, I don't need twice on YouTube. That one work better? Oh. Well, Probably. Maybe. Listen, I'm not hating. Sometimes you just need it open. Oh, nice. Oh, wow. Yeah, like I say, when I gotta do the testing and all that, I'm gonna basically be posting one of the channels on there. There you go. I'm blanking on the name. And so this way people can provide feedback easily. Because, you know, showing up to the stream and be like, well, this blah, blah, blah will work. But it'd probably be a lot easier if you provided some kind of results for how I can actually duplicate things or something. But we ain't there yet. Yeah. I will wave at the people and get back to what I was doing. I get sidetracked easy. Did I close? I guess I did. I guess it did kind of crash a moment ago. Well, back to work. I'm going to want this. I'm going to want mini pop. Which would be the little mini Poppet for this fight. And voodoo. So I'm going to have her move to the target instead, I guess. I might move this gather mini pop a little farther in, right? Like if both targets happen to be, originally I had this, where if they're beyond that range, it pulled them. I can give it like a Patrick style jump to get closer. We'll do an else on this. This should drastically change how our initial start goes. Attack moves list for the enemies? I mean, do I have one that for what I'm doing? Yeah. Does the player get one? Oh, like there is a list though, because what's happening is in each of these nodes I have it. Yeah, I need to make more moves for her to do. So today is kind of the plan on more attacks and things like that. I need some kind of a stomp, which I need an animation for the stomp, I think. So right now she mostly just has like swing her weapon and summon things and then shoot stuff. Why are you jumping still? I guess not far enough away. Let's get far away. He does jump. But usually I don't have the moves completely random. I usually have them, the random happens in the thinking phase. But I guess technically that is kind of random. Not appear to be doing these actions. So yeah, the way I do it is if there's multiple options there, I have a random integer and range. And then I switch on the integer, what the result is. And I just connect the chords to dictate how many, the percentage chance. Like because this is connected 3 times, that means on a 4 through 6, it'll fire the multiple pin projectiles. Otherwise she has jumps in various directions, with 0 being moved to target. Actually this is move direction forward. But the way I have it here, when she picks her phase, this one's really complicated because there's supposed to be like multiple phases because it is like a boss, so. We get down to actions. These aren't randomed at all. This is just literally the current action she's been told to do. And then it goes down its list of what it's supposed to do. I'm going to clean it up, but I keep adding things and moving stuff around, which is why it's so ugly at the moment. It don't gotta be this ugly. Normally I'm better about this, but today I'm not. I'm tempted to make this a little macro. I might do that. I'm going to clean this up a lot in a bit. As you can see, it's a mess. Handed down through many generations of messes. Message from a time when all things were quite dirty. Yes. A legendary time. Of the worst of the messes. Yes. Wait, what? In the activity feed, it's like your followers goal is 70, which it's just started. I was like, wait, did I just gain 10 followers? Like, I went from 60 to that because it's like, oh, you completed your follower goal of 60. Sweet. And like, see the thing above, it's like, oh, you follower goal of 70. I was like, follower goal of 70? It's like, oh, we just started one for you. Oh, okay. Thanks for that, buddy. Yeah, this is a mess. Yeah, what I'm probably going to do is start breaking these up a bit more. You can't easily reorganize them because you got to change the names, and I'm not doing that right now. All right. Yeah, it's those bottom ones there that are just way out in the middle of nowhere. What, drop these in Blender? I don't know what you mean by that. Dropping these nodes in there? I mean, I guess. If I want to, I can sit there and do this and be like, okay, well, this is like her little, what's this one called? Diabolic shield. I can go, okay, well, I can collapse these nodes here. I'll just collapse the nodes. And tell me this collapse graph is, you know, diabolic shield. Okay, well, I have a diabolic shield, so if I want to do that, and now if I want to look into this graph, it's this. You can also convert them to a function or a macro. The upsides of those are, let's see, a macro is only usable on the actual, like the parent. If I put like a macro on the parent, it doesn't inherit as a child, so you don't get those. As far as I know, you can't have a delay in a macro. No, it's a timeline. You can't have a timeline in a macro. And that's kind of it. Functions do actually inherit, so that's kind of nice. Functions cannot have delays in them. But if you just collapse it to a mini graph, those can just be everything. They're just a graph. So a lot of times I'll do that. What I would actually probably want to do, though, instead of this graph here, like I can expand it back out. It's like, you know, expand node. Now it's not one of those anymore. What I could do is this, if I really wanted. It should just be like, you know, take all this, dump it into one, and be like, okay, well, I could actually just make the actions graph. Not a bad idea, actually. Just do this. Like if I want it to be really clean, I'll just collapse the nodes here. We'll just call this the actions graph. And now if I want to view that entire mess, I can just go, oh, look, here it is. No more worrying about it being caught on everything and looking terrible. Not even a bad idea, because it gets kind of messy otherwise. Now it's just like, okay, well, now that's down there. I could do the same thing here and be like, this is battle phase 1, 2, and I could just collapse this whole thing into a graph. Be like, oh, collapse nodes. Battle phase 1 graph. And then, you know, if I want to look at it, I can do that. And I can also keep them open to the side too. Try to anyway. Yeah, I could do that. Not even a terrible plan. Makes it less messy. This prevents them from the problems I had yesterday. That's kind of nice in a way. Where they would get they'd end up on top of each other and just get all fused together and be a real pain to Break apart. Now I can just select all these here. I can redo that selecting thing here. Come next to each other here real fast. I have a thing that auto sizes windows. You select everything you want. It's a plugin. It's called auto size window. You know, cleverly named. We'll see if that makes it easier or worse to do. I have no idea if it will. But I'm down to experiment, you know? Good, clean, wholesome fun. I'll just grab all these and move them up. Perfect. All right, a little neater. All right. I don't think Battle Phase 0 needs a thing. I think it's fine. Can you change the color of these? I guess that's the downside of these, is you can't do that. You can't change like if you convert it to a macro, like I'll show you. Let's say I want this as a macro. Actually, no, you can't change those either. Never mind. I don't know why I'm even thinking that. You can't do that. You can't change the color on any of those. You only change the color on Windows, on the comments. All right. Anyway, I guess it's actually easier. I probably should have done this in general, thinking about it. Because now I don't have to... It's like Poppet's blueprint, where if you look at her thing, like her blueprint is gross. Like, it is just a gross blueprint. Like, these are the 6 graphs that comprise Poppet's thing here. And they seem kind of fine, too, until you start looking at them, and it's like, okay, well, the system graph has all this crap on it that governs a lot of the game, including, like, you know, functions and functions. I mean, she's in everything. She's like, half the game is in this one blueprint. Her event begin play is all this crap. You know, her movement graph is just a nightmare. But she's added a bunch of things like that, so she's a lot. Yeah, she's a lot. The saving load functions are in here too. And if you look, there's little mini functions in here, like, you know, macros. And these are macros here. So, I mean, yeah, she's just most of the game. Because everyone, like, she's keeping track of everything. I mean, the way you save in Unreal is there is an actual save file and a game instance going on, and like the game instance talks to the save file. But the thing is not everything has easy reference to the save file, and you never want to directly call things in Unreal if you can avoid it, because then they become attached, essentially, like that, where when one loads, the other will load too. We don't want that. But everybody can reference the player without having to directly call the player. You can just get player character. It's a node. It doesn't directly reference. It's fine. So Poppet sits here and keeps track of everything happening in the game, including your god-awful tarot graph, which is like where all of her mechanics are for all her tarots. And then when the saves happen, she sends that information over to the game save information, over to the game instance. Or if she transfers between levels, because the only way to have persistence is by, well, as long as you're within the game and you haven't exited out, you can go to the game mode file, and the game mode file is always active as long as the game is active. But if at any point, you know, it's closed, then you have to, the save file is the only thing persistent. So if I transfer between levels, which I do have a mechanic for, to go into like a painting world, I have to basically save the game. Otherwise, it's just the player's just fresh again, like nothing changed. So yeah, she's everything talks to her. She keeps track of everything, and then when the save happens, she goes and fixes stuff. Like she gives it to the game save. But I mean, yeah, she's just the everything reference here. So why does move to actually? You know what? Let me test this. I remember I had this going, move to target, and battle phase 1. Let's go back to actions here. Guess I can move this up a bit and get it cleaner. And move to target looks fine. Yeah, well, I mean, you just have a save file. I mean, you can write other files if you want. Like Unreal doesn't stop you from writing other files if you want to. But there is an actual save command built in to do things. You just need to essentially create the file yourself. Like, let's see, how do I have it set up here? I'll show you. So BP game save is just the save file itself. This is the template it uses. These are the variables it has. It understands these. It will write these. You can reference these later. I eventually started putting most things in the save game info. This other stuff is mostly for the title screen because it's just a bigger pain to pull it out than necessary. So I just have them saved a little separate. Player position doesn't need to be there. But you don't directly talk to that. You talk to the game instance. The game instance is where all the code goes. This is when a game load happens, or saving the game happens. It needs to have whatever, variables that you want to send to it, that it's going to send to the game save. And then it'll do the things like that. Like for the load game there, it just goes, okay, well, load game from slot. I only have one user, so user index is always going to be 0 because it's a single player game, so I don't need to worry about that. Otherwise, you would need to have a variable to dictate that and switch between it. But yeah. Pass to the save game, which is this thing here. If it finds it, I'm just keeping a copy of it, so I don't got to cast to it again. It's just extra effort there. And then I want to pull the save game info from it, and I put the save game info here. And then from there, this is how I dictate where it's supposed to, which map I'm supposed to end up at, and where I'm supposed to end up at, which is a big pain. Because the player starts don't work like that normally. You have to do a bit of changing in order when loading it so that they actually pick the one you're going to. You tell it which one to go to. Otherwise, it will randomly pick one. Yeah, and then once it has the level from here, in this case, it's either a different level or the main level thingy. It opens level by name, and then it just does that. Or when writing to it, it just basically goes, do I find it? If so, load it. Cool. Cast to it, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm just sending the save info right back. But because it's a pain to reference that the whole time, because not everything can reference that very easily, along comes Poppet who goes, hey, wait a minute. So when the game is loaded, like when she's first created, there's a loader create game. This is, it would never normally need to create game. This is because I'm literally like just in testing, starting from random places. And the game won't function correctly if it doesn't have a save game to work off of because I have done the code. So this just creates a fake one if there's none, but normally there would be. So we normally find things like that. And it deploys the save game info, which it gets the information from there just to make certain it has it. Yeah, but from the instant save game, it grabs the save game info and it just adds it to all the Poppet's variables. Every single one, splits them up. I don't have to split them up. I could just sit there and keep using this one thing over and over everywhere, but it's a big pain. Yeah, everything I want to keep track of is usually in that. And when she makes the save game info, she just kind of does it in reverse. She just takes all her variables, crams it into this thing, and then gives it right back. It's like, here you go. Yeah, isn't it neat? Like, I mean, it took me... Okay, well, because of the mechanics involved, like the actual save thing took me like an hour to get going and figure out, because I didn't know what I was doing. But the actual mechanic that I was using was you can rescue toys. There's a painting world, which is like a liminal space in the game. And all the paintings are connected through this painting world. You can travel into the paintings. You can also rescue toys by throwing them into the paintings. If you throw them into the paintings, then they appear in the painting world too. So I had to set up a thing like that. So that mechanic required more effort than expected. And then I had to build it into the menu too. I do have a menu. You won't see it very often because why? Like, I don't need it for anything at the moment. Open levels. It's not great yet. It's just a start thingy, but let it load its shader thingies. Give it a second while it gets its act together. Poppet's hair spawns in, so I give her different hairs. I didn't connect it to her. I used to have it connected, but the simple reality is it's kind of cool to have different hairstyles. So I will periodically change her hairstyle because I think it's great. Why are you taking so long to load there, bucko? I'm just waiting for this right here. Wrap shaders? Hello? 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 Yeah. It keeps track of pictures of things like that. I can delete it and then she would start. Of course, I didn't change the game mode on the main level, so it's going to break. Which is unfortunate because I didn't change that. But anyway. I don't have anything else programmed for the menu besides quit, so it's fine. Yeah, nice. What you making? What you making? Come on, open world crafting game in a forest. You've seen the mega scans. It's the most common idea. Every time I go to things, it's funny. I mean, don't get me wrong. You can make a good open world crafting game. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just funny when I get the exact thing. They're like, oh yeah. In a forest. You can use the mega scans. That reminds me, like, if you don't have them, go to the Fab Marketplace. You know, the replacement for the Unreal Marketplace. For all that to make fun of them, click this, the claim now thing, and get all the mega scans for free. It only lasts until the end of the year, and you know, a lot of the AAA games basically just use the mega scans. Of course, a lot of people use the mega scans, but still, you get like 17,000 assets for free as long as you claim it before the end of the year. Also, before tomorrow, because tomorrow these are going to get changed, claim all the free for the month. There's 5 of them, including these 10 characters, which is probably the best one there because characters are rare to get for free. But it's like $300 worth of stuff, and the first Tuesday of every month they change it, which is tomorrow. So I highly recommend grabbing these things for anyone in chat, or just, you know, you especially since you're paying attention. You get all these things free. I would still recommend doing it because there might come a time when you don't want to make it all yourself. And it takes so little time to do it. But, I mean, the mega scan's like 17,000 assets. Like, I mean, if you had to make that yourself, it's insane. So, what if you want to do it for a project later? What if you need something? I mean, it'll take like a few minutes of your time, and you're getting, you know, probably $1,000 worth of assets when all is said and done between the free for the months and that. I take them all, even if I'm not going to use them. I mean, do you really think I'm going to make something in like Paris? I doubt it. But I took it anyway because, hey, you never know. Maybe I need like a little mini Paris somewhere and something. Oh. Yeah, like when you're a solo dev, you got to learn that sometimes you got to pick your battles, right? Because there's one of you and you have to do everything. You could hand make everything from scratch, but did you really need to make that toilet from scratch? I mean, really? Could you just use one from an asset pack? I mean, do you really need your own unique toilet? Oh. I guess there's no notifications right now. Hey, Mercenary Mage, thanks for the raid. Yeah, ever since I became an affiliate, it's like every single one of the stupid notifications broke, and they look like they were fixed earlier today, but yeah. I'm just telling everyone that, you know, before tomorrow, if you have any dreams ever of using Unreal Engine, grab these free for the month because they're gone tomorrow. Some of them are very cool. I might even use the cave assets. And click this button here for the get all the Quixel mega scans for free because that ends at the end of the year. So, I mean, it's $0. Oh, I'm trying to get Innisberry there into Unreal Engine, showing him all the free stuff you can get for a limited time. I mean, there's like, you know, over 1,000 asset packs for free all the time. But, you know, that's those are going to be free always, where this is not. What I was trying to do here is I was working on this character's AI because she's dumb, and I got into an explanation on how saving worked. Oh. All right. Gonna have to get used to the ad thingy. I didn't even pay any attention to that, but that's the thing. Move to target here. I want to put this probably farther up too. All right, so we're working on battle phase 1 here. I was going to do move to target. Every one of these is just going to say move to target. I just want her to move to the target. If she's at 2,000, she can move to target. If she's greater than that, I'm going to have her move forward but not face the player at a greater distance than that. She can move forward. Well, actually, maybe she will face the target. I'll have her move like really fast. Try that. All right. I'm assuming that ad is not still running. Probably. Maybe. I don't know how to tell. All right. So I'm trying to get her to move to the target, be more aggressive. Wing, wing. Oh, I hit the chat. Smart. Oh, okay. I thought there was like just an ad thing going on. I was like just waiting, going, okay, cool. Sorry. Alright, so why are you jumping? Let me double check here. I think it might be that I didn't tell her to do battle phase 1. Am I dumb? I mean, I am pretty dumb half the time, but it shouldn't be jumping. Greater than 1,000, multiple projectiles and jump. Okay, that's fine. Greater than 2,000. So let me add this here. I mean, it's kind of an ad for Unreal. I love me some Unreal, so, you know. I'm going to have her, instead of doing that, and I'll have her jump farther or something like that to the sides here. Set this thing up there, so we'll... Oh, not 120, that's a little sissy jump. That ain't going to do anything. That's not getting anywhere. Okay. This character, you know, I want her to summon the little voodoo doll of you and go after the voodoo doll. So I need her to really maneuver better. I'll worry about giving her better attacks in a second. But the biggest problem I've been having with her is, you know, the battlefield is huge. And a little darker than I like. I'm probably going to lighten the game up a little bit. Grab the voodoo doll of me and run away with it. Over there now. What are you gonna do? Okay, good. Now she runs up. I'm trying like a crazy person. I want her to be aggressive. Pull your hat out. Hat? Where's your hat at? That's weird. Okay, there it is. So she gets a little confused at the second type of phase there, it looks like. She's just... I don't know what she's doing there. Okay, so I like the first phase better. I set her health to almost nothing to make it more interesting because, well, the simple reality is I don't want to bang on her every 5 seconds just to try to get her to the next phase to see how it pans out. I do think move to target is better, like just have her attack and do things like that. Don't think I want her to jump around too much. Like when she's up close, jumping isn't too bad because it just makes it where it maneuvers her really fast. I don't know if I... Oh, I don't want to change that one. But yeah, for anyone who's curious what I'm doing, I have this set up in blueprints here. And what it's doing here is running essentially a 3-phase, actually 4-phase setup. This is just the character behaviors here. When the blueprint starts, it runs it. Character behaviors thing. Just make certain the character's not dead, and then it goes through 4 phases. The first phase gathers information. It's just like, okay, well, what's my target? Most of them will just pick the player. Only bosses usually have a more complicated target than just the player. Player height just checks to see if the player's on the ground or not. Because, you know, when your characters, or your enemy's like 3 times the size of your character, she has to adjust her attacks to hit low or high, depending on where the player's at. And then she picks a battle phase based upon her health. Also checks if she's falling or not, things like that. Basically, she gathers a bunch of useful information, informs people, and then she goes to thinking phase, where she's like, okay, well, do I have an action? No, okay. Well, she informs the voodoo doll that what phase it is, just because the voodoo doll needs to know. And then she does her battle phase. So in phase 0, she just summons the helper and moves to phase 1. And then phase 1 is what we're working on here, where it just takes the distance to things like that, or, you know, which target we're talking about, and starts doing actions based upon that. It mostly picks an action from whichever thing there, sometimes randomizing them, say multiple pin projectiles here. And then it runs down to the actions phase here, where it's like, okay, well, in the actions, gonna run through all this test to make certain she's not, you know, broken. And then she goes here and it's like, okay, where is it? Based on the current action. Okay, well, multiple pin actions is right here, multiple projectiles. So it follows the line down there. It's a mess right now. And then it does exactly that. It performs all the actions. When it's done, it resets the action and says, okay, goes to the cleanup. The cleanup gives a delay, and then character behaviors launches again, where it loops it over. And this is how you do AI in blueprints. And it's like, okay, well, what about moves and things like that? Well, they put all the actions inside of the NPC here, which is the parent of it. And because these are all children of it, well, these two are, they have access to all these how to move things. So I don't have to program it ever again, like strafing or jumping backwards or, you know, moving in a direction. Yeah. That's that thing there. That's what I'm working on. Probably not the most interesting for non-Unreal people, but to show off the various mechanics because, well, I like to give people the tour, as they say. I'll put a nav mesh down and show off some mechanics. We'll put a big nav mesh in there. Oh yeah, the new follower thing. Don't need that anymore. I'm gonna make an alert for those with in-game animations here. Let's just make this like 100 and get it over with. Okay. Take some more in here. So this room here, like, uses tarot cards as their abilities. And this one here is the Magician, which mostly lets you pick things up and throw them, but it also lets you manipulate the environment. Some things can be open, such as drawers and cupboards. Which creates platforming. He has a mechanic where she's powered by a curse that comes from the darkness. This whole building's cursed, and you know, as long as she's in the building, she's powered by it. But it lowers her sanity unless she's in the light. If she goes back to the light, she doesn't gain any curse power, but her sanity comes back. So if your sanity hits 0, you die. So don't let your sanity hit 0. If your health hits 0, you die too. So don't let your health hit 0 either. I think we can all agree that's kind of a dud. This is the Fool. It's the starting weapon for the most part. It lets you break things and bonk stuff, and has some special abilities I'll go into later. You can open up windows, things like that. It's a steampunky world, so you can see what's going on out here. Open this window and go in. Pop my way up. The game's like, you know, we'll say 13 to 15% down. So, light plays a very big role. There's enemies down there. You get keys to open various things here. Oh, I guess there's terrible collision right there. I'll have to fix that. A lot of the platforming involves climbing around on shelves and things like that. These red thingies are to indicate that you can actually jump on stuff. They might get changed out. Something else, but if you have the right key, you can actually open doors too, so you can get through places. That's how you usually get to the next room. Oh. Goodies. Yeah, it's like the Magician, which is kind of fun. Where are we at here? Alright, I can find it somewhere here. Wait. There's the toy maze. In the dark, it's very hard to find the room I want. Here we go. Patrick's room. There's an nav mesh here. Maybe. There is most certainly a nav mesh here. Perfect. Alright. Patrick's the best together fight at the moment. I mean, there's plenty of random old dorky enemies, but Patrick and Voodoo are the only real boss enemies at the moment. And they are... Well, Patrick's like the very first boss, and he's pretty close. I'd say he's like 50 to 60% where I want him to be. Might make him hyper aggressive though, because sometimes he just kind of stands there and doesn't want to do anything in his first phase, and I don't like that. That's okay. I think he needs some aggression in his first phase. We'll see. You can see he does those things like that. You can hit him with stuff to hurt him too. Makes exploding dolls. You got hit by the thing. Weapon also has, you know, a super moon where it goes giant. Does lots of damage. And launch cupcakes too. Star recovers health for sanity. Can you backstab? I mean, there's not really a backstab animation. You're never really surprising anybody. There's no stealth in the game. It's a Metroidvania. Everybody knows where you're at. Like, you're literally locked into this room because as soon as you grab the key, it triggers a trap. There's lots of exploding thingies. They're great. We love them. If you are too close, you will get hurt. Oop. Almost out of sanity. Uh-oh. This is her dash. Patrick likes to jump behind you. Patrick will backstab you. There might be a stagger mechanic, I guess. Honestly, they just kind of move to other phases and have temporary invulnerability at the moment. But this is also the first boss. I don't know, I've never really liked stagger mechanics. That was the problem. Like, the whole Final Fantasy remake thingy, I hated that combat. Because, well, it feels so pointless wailing on him and not doing any damage, and then suddenly you just do a bunch of damage. It's like, well, why does my hits only work now? It might be kind of things like that. I didn't care for the, also the Final Fantasy 13 stagger garbage. Oh god. Kind of feels like it arbitrarily makes the fight longer. So I don't know, maybe. I might have some way to stun him, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. He definitely needs some work, so it could go a lot of ways. Oh. I forgot to turn that light on. I'm like, why am I dying over there for no sanity? I'm standing by light. The light's not on. For some reason the music also isn't turning on the way it's supposed to, or it turns off. I think there's a distance issue on that. Lots of things to figure out. Like I say, the game's more like 13 to 15% done. Also, getting real large for the super mode again. That's interesting. Got him. And the best part, the little menu thing and the screenshots it does. Blow up. Oh. Honestly, I've been working on it for around like 9 months or something like that. And the thing is I was also learning Unreal Engine during the time, and I work a full-time job, so you know. That's part of the problem, you know, is the whole. If it was all I did every day, I'd be a lot further along. Also, just not knowing what I'm doing. I mean, I've learned a lot. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm working on it. Guess with the Hierophant mechanic for the people who haven't seen it yet. In the demo, you're going to get like 5 of the 22 tarot cards. And the demo will likely just be the top floor of the building. So, I'll have something playable in the Discord at some point. Like, they're going to be my testers. I don't know how I'm going to work it exactly, but I'll figure something out. But yeah, I'm going to make a follower thing here. I'll jump on it. Alright, so these are possessed objects. They don't like you. They won't let you do anything with them. They hate you. The good news is, if you activate the Hierophant, they become platforms. As long as the Hierophant's active. It does drain your curse, but if you're in the dark, then you can stay forever. If you're not in the dark, it will run out. How did you get here? I have questions. Anyway. Boing, boing. Almost had a curse. Hang out here in the dark, get the curse back. Yeah, this is so far the longest of the Hierophant puzzles. The room where you get it. I'm gonna start making long ones just for funsies. You get higher up in the rooms and everything like that. Needs our curse back for this. I changed the lanterns and the lanterns now block the path. It's kind of sucky. These lanterns shouldn't be here. But that's okay. I can still get over them for purposes of the puzzle. Wing. Wing. Ooh. Run! Run! There's another point you can get your curse back over here. Balancing the curse thing is going to be a problem. This is also part of why I say the game's not that done, because there's still balancing things. Like, how long do I want people to really wait to get their curse back? Because in combat, that can really dictate a lot of things, because some of the abilities are very overpowered. But they cost so much to use, you can't use them all the time. But you're going to get upgrades over time, so eventually you're going to become powerful. Oh look, I got the key. Yay! Yeah. No, you. My door, not your door. Step here, please. Yep. You can launch yourself up to the save that way. Yeah, lots of rooms like that. These are great. They just say random things. Yeah, you have a lot more combined puzzles now to go through these things. Apparently it's not active here. Got on me? It's a bit of a finicky thing because you can turn the hat off and things like that, so. I'm probably going to need to turn the lights up though. It's really, really hard to see her. That's kind of part of the problem there. The lights are really finicky, and like this is again, like the mechanics are here. It's just there's weird balancing things. Like making the lights like where you can tell she's in the light versus not are really big things. But Unreal 5.5 has mega lights, which will fix a lot of my problems, so I'm waiting for Unreal 5.5 to do that. Yeah. That's where the Discord's going to come and help me balance things. Here's more Hierophant things, so I can switch the Hierophant there. You all these weird objects that won't let you do anything with them, but now you can. I need to remove some of these. There's just lots of little dorky things. Like there's a lot of the game, more game is here than it looks like. Like I don't have the enemies spawning in because I don't need them in, but a lot more of the game is here than you think. It's just that there's just it doesn't play well yet, which is why I don't call it very done. Because I have a lot of rooms already made. You can run around top of these things there. That's how you unlock paintings and stuff. Yeah, I've been experimenting with it. The problem is I don't want it to be hard to see her. This is Tinka. She's the ghost that lives in the paintings. Like every other toy got, like every other, like there's a toy maker who goes around killing girls and putting their souls in dolls. Well, I guess women. Basically like Jack the Ripper for all intents and purposes. But when he did that, he screwed up and put, like, one of the souls got lost in the painting, so now she appears in all the paintings. She lets you travel into the paintings. Yeah, I've been experimenting a lot with it. There's a few mechanics I've already. This room is now weirdly very lit. I don't understand why. This is the painting world. This is Tinka, Discord's favorite. I don't know why the lighting in this place is so weird. He's floating in space. Don't question it. Yeah, the lighting here is really weird for some reason. It should be darker than this for some reason. Oh, it should be darker in general. Yeah, whenever you unlock a painting, it now appears as a floating painting here, and you can travel into them. I don't know why the lighting's like that. It's just bugging me now. Anyway, I'll run over to the next area to show you. I actually have spawners I can just drag in that spawn enemies places. I just left them out because I don't even know what I want to spawn. Yeah, you unlock NPCs and they can do stuff. I had a battle arena, but it got broken by a plugin update, so I need to fix it. Nope. Picked out the preview. Yeah, this is part of the mechanics there. But yeah, the things I had for at one point I literally had her clothing change based upon how far she was in the darkness, but it just got really hard to look at. Right now there's a coloring difference in the lighting. Like when she's in the darkness, it turns like a purple color versus not. The music gets way it changes over time to a different type of music that's, you know, showing you're in danger. There was one other thing, I think I temporarily disabled it and put it back. I don't need this or that. This'll do. I think I disabled it temporarily because it was annoying to look at. There's a thing where I'm experimenting with it, making it darker the longer you are away from the light. So I'll pick a room and show you what I mean. See, the lighting's kind of all over the place. I'll pick a nice, pretty room. Actually, let's go play in Tomato City. That's not Tomato City. Oh, thank you. I've definitely been hard at it. Especially in the last month, ever since I came to Twitch and I just saw so many people were like, you know, around and everything. I was like picking up all these people, hanging out with them. It's just awesome. You know, it's really cool to see people interested, because I'm so used to YouTube where they're just like, who you? Eh. And they just leave and it's like, I should put enemy spawners out here. Yeah, this is... The second biome is built to be like it's a jungle safari. So you have weird winding paths that go all over the place. I don't have different music for it yet. I'll put some different music in a bit, but... I made a lot of these on stream, so you can get an idea of what's going on. So you see the light difference there? Let me stand in the dark for long enough, watch what happens. Also listen what happens. You see, if you get too dark, she'll eventually just die. If there's lights in the room, you can actually still see the lights enough to get to them. Yeah. If you find light again, you can try to get back to it. A place where she gains her sanity back, if I can find some light. There's no lights in this room, so I don't even know where I would go, but... Because I'd have an added light into it, because I was still building the room. But yeah, that's what happens if you're in the dark too long. These don't count as lights because I haven't programmed them to be lights yet. They might count as lights. I think they probably will. I gotta be careful though, because too many lights means that Poppet can't gain any curse power back, which means you can't use any of her abilities. Like, you're safe from the sanity thing, but you're basically relegated to, like, you know, the basics of all the tarot cards. Like, I'm gonna have every tarot card have a basic ability that costs nothing to use, just so you're not just SOL. Like you can still swing the fool around. You can summon it and swing it, but you can't do anything else with it. Like its projectile attack and the super attack don't work anymore without the curse thing. And the magician, I really haven't put a limiter on that yet, but I'll figure something out. The Hierophant does nothing if you don't have any curse power. The star does, well, you can the star has a secret second ability that I basically never use, but it's actually quite useful when I make the mechanics for it. I'll show you. It might actually get renamed to Wheel of Fortune, because your options are, you can trade sanity for health, but you can also do the opposite. You can trade your health for sanity instead. It spins the other way. So in rooms that are incredibly dark, you can do that. You have health. Of course, the reverse. But if you're in the dark, you'll see your sanity falls fast. Like, it looks like it's really good in the fights because I had a light right by me. But without a light by me, I'm close enough to a light from a different room. That's why this is actually working. There shouldn't be a light here, but you get an idea of how it pans out. Yeah, these are weird, winding craziness. And there's even pipes that connect various things too. You get to the secrets here. Yeah, that's kind of the experiment here, just how low I want it to go. Do I want it to get totally dark or not? But let me see here. I can cap it so it doesn't hit 0, basically. Like, I can be like, well, right now I actually have minimum 6. It doesn't even hit true 0. But I can actually reduce this here, because right now I have it multiplied by 2. So this way it's a little better. But let me show you in a room where there's already lighting. Actually, I'm going to leave it as it is for the moment. Like in a room where there's actual lighting, it plays out differently. The lights are really weak at the moment. I kind of want to increase the lighting. Like, let's use it in this room here where there's lights everywhere. Yeah. When you do emit light, the problem is that what I'm darkening is the screen itself. So I wanted the screen to, like, slowly get dark from the sides inward, but I haven't found a way to do that yet. Like, there's got to be a way. I know it's possible. I just don't know how. So, I'll just burn my sanity intentionally in a room with lights. This will burn it faster. You can still see the lights. You can run towards them. Yeah, the vignette doesn't actually, it doesn't keep growing. Like, I tested it. As you can see, you can still see where the lights are at, so you can run for a light if there's lights in the room. So the lights have additional, but yeah, it's hard to see for you, so it's kind of awkward. I've been messing with it for a while. I keep trying various things. There was a vignette option. I'll just add it directly to the player camera. I'll actually have a vignette on already. There's already a vignette on. Let me turn the vignette off, actually. Actually, I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Did I post-process on the player? Like, is that why the lighting is weird lately? I think I might have turned off process at one point. I want to improve it because I want the lighting to be a little better than what's going on here. It seems like it's just too dark. Like, it's too black. I think I might tinge it all blue. Because then you get the darkness that you see in a lot of things like DreamWorks and stuff, where it's not like a real darkness. It's you can still see darkness. Because, that's a problem with the lighting mechanic that I'm having right now, and why I also say the game's not as done. Like, like a lot of the game is here. More than you think. It's just all these little mechanics don't play right. So I'm just like, oh, okay. I'll turn the vignette off and see what it looks like. I try out people's suggestions. if I can make it work. I mean, just because you suggest doesn't mean I know how to do it. That happens. This has no vignette on it. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out, is where the line is. Like, I turned the vignette off, and I think that actually kind of helped a bit, but this room's also really lit. Yeah, this room's lit, yo. Can I even get out of this? No. You're supposed to have double jump at this point. There's little toy models all around too, and down here there's a toy model of a pirate world. Some nice person in chat, Albedo9, he bought me a Humble Bundle with this. He's like, this Humble Bundle's really cool, and he bought it for me. I was like, so I started working on a pirate thing. Now they're going to be all over the place, but I keep getting sidetracked by other stuff. Well, sidetracked is the wrong term. I usually start the night out by coding, and then I switch to design later. Strength is the double jump. I put the antes everywhere because I like the explosions. Yeah, this is my pirate models going on here. Water kills Poppet. Wow, did I have one here? But there is a tarot card to fix that, the Emperor. Which I didn't even know where I was going to put the Emperor yet. Do you? Nice. I would listen to music on my streams, but you see there's this little problem where I also stream to YouTube, and YouTube would crucify me if I had any kind of copyrighted audio. So I question why I stream to YouTube sometimes, because, you know, YouTube, I mean, I think the most people I've ever had on YouTube was like 10, and that's really rare. But most of the time it's like, no one. There's no discovery on it. So I lose out on the ability to listen to music just like I have YouTube. But I also gotten a bunch of people from YouTube over time, like who joined the Discord, so they've been loyal. So it's like, I considered actually ditching YouTube and streaming to like Rumble or something as my side thing there, because I'm using Restream.io to stream to multiple things. The problem with YouTube is that midstream they will copyright claim you or strike you. Midstream, like no joke. Like, yeah, I've had it happen. Like I listened to 30 seconds of a Sword Art Online abridged clip. I was like, oh, it's an abridged series on YouTube. It should be fine. Spoiler, it was not fine. It was not fine at all. They were very upset with me. Now, copyright claiming my stream means nothing on YouTube because I'm monetized on YouTube. I've got 250 subs. Woohoo! On YouTube, that is nothing. Nothing. You need 1,000 subs to even have the chance at monetization and 4,000 watch hours. If you had that on Twitch, you'd have a huge amount of money. Like, oh, a lot more than the $30 YouTube will give you. So I don't care about that. The only thing I care about is if they, you know, I get 3 like strikes, then I would be, it would delete my account. Done with that. But it's only a copyright claim. It's just Sony claiming your stuff. They can have the $0 worth of ad money I was making off YouTube. Like, I don't care. So yeah, I might just I might swap YouTube out for something different, because like I say, I don't know, usually through the question maybe I get like 100 views on a stream on there. About it. Like, yeah. Make a duplicate here. Actually, I could do the Emperor. The plan here, like, I build levels in tiers, right? But the thing was, I won't get through 12 hours of it. I'll get about half an hour before they delete YouTube, like they'll just completely shut down my stream. Like, I won't get very far. You don't get to continue. They will stop your stream midstream. They do it. It's awful. So I say, it's like that's why the stream is completely silent. But also, if I'm coding, I don't like music when I'm coding. I find it distracting. When I'm doing art, I love music. I listen to it all the time. So I'd crank open Spotify and just listen to that the whole time. Maybe set up some sort of thing like, Fox has, where you can request music tracks from YouTube or something. Though I don't know, I might get a bunch of tracks that are really obnoxious. But if I'm doing art, I don't really care. So yeah, I've been thinking about it. That's fair. I could listen to game music. Most of the time, if I listen to music, it's just stuff that I have legal right to use. Then they can never mess with me. Where's the Emperor? I deleted the Emperor one earlier. There you go, the Emperor. Sure. And Tarot 4. All it's looking for is the item name here. And what it does is it goes to Poppet here, who goes, okay. Under system graph, I believe. Yeah, it does item collected from the collectible here. Here. Yeah, I have a collectible parent on this one. I have parents for everything. I'm too lazy to... Well, not lazy. It's just better to do it that way. Yeah, it just has a, sphere overlap. And what it does is... Well, I have a thing to have it move towards the player, right? That's important. Then it does collectible destroyed, and collectible destroyed is just down here. Spawns an emitter, blah, blah, blah. But then it calls Poppet. And here's the thing that you'll want to learn to use pretty quickly in these is interfaces, which is basically a file that just says, okay, well, you make little functions, and we'll bring one out real fast here. Where are my interfaces? Here we are. BP collectible. This one just has the name item collected. You just make a function and you just tell it what it wants, you want it to send. And then you equip one of these things to them, usually under class settings here, where you give it an implemented interface. You add the one there. She's already got BPI collectible right there. What this does is it says, okay, well, call the other actor that it's hitting. If they have this, send them this information and they'll do things with it. And then Poppet goes, okay. You go to Poppet and Poppet goes, here's my thing here. And then she does the item collected thing here. There you go. Yeah. It's just like that. And then from here, she knows what to do based on those variables. That's it. All my collectibles can be collected because it literally just tells her a name. So in this case, we have the Emperor. And when I build the levels, like, I usually try to have rooms be like 2 to maybe potentially even 4, but usually 2 to 3 different levels that I want you to play on. Or, there'll be like a ground floor where things happen on the ground floor, a lot of fights and things like that. There'll be like a raised up floor, like on tops of shelves and things like that. And then like another floor, like on tops of pipes or inside of pipes in the ceiling area. Well, in this case, this one has the floor area down there, as you can see, way down below this. These raised up areas here, there are pipes above, of course. But if you have the Emperor, which you'll get later, you can come back through here. And there's also an underground world here. The particle for the Emperor sucks, I know. Including shells you can open. Yay, shells. I haven't programmed any fish enemies or anything like that, but you can wander through all the ruins, and it's basically like a fish tank for all intents and purposes. Little castles and things like that stuff. Really dark though, so I might change that, but yeah. There's just lots of weird things to wander around in this game. I do not work in the game dev industry. Not at all. I wish I did, but I do not. Of course, if I worked in the game dev industry, chances are I would not come home and stream game dev. Let's be real here. If I did this 8 hours a day, chances are I'm not coming home and doing it 8 more hours a day. I love game dev, but I think my cap is about 10 hours in a day, but The problem is I also work a full-time job, so a cap on streams is not that long. I think I almost did 10 hours one day. I didn't have to work the next day. No, I am an online seller. I sell things online. It's boring. Really, really. You package a lot of orders and you mail them. You also list orders online or listings to sell online. Isn't that fun? Not fun. Spoiler, it's really... Can't say that enough. It's absolutely the most boring thing ever. Yeah. I have other weird things here. So if you have like double jump, there's a secret way out here to go out this window, which then leads to other places. I mean, there's lots of different extra paths. So I want you to come back because it's a Metroidvania. So you have to come back places like that's the whole point of Metroidvania. You get a new ability and it lets you go somewhere new in previous rooms. Oh. A lot of it comes from me just testing it, the game myself, and coming up with ideas. And I just had a concept I liked. Hey Fox, how's it going? Yeah, I've just been doing a lot of testing, and I just had an idea from a game jam, and I've just been kind of running with it. It's just like I wanted the idea of being tiny, you know, where you're just like this huge world around you and everything like that, and you know, you're just a little toy like that. And I wanted you to appear small, feel small. And, well, that's kind of where this has been going. Not all the mechanics have panned out very well. I've definitely thrown out mechanics. I even redesigned the whole world because it was supposed to be in like a dilapidated factory out in the middle of nowhere. But, well, there was two problems with that. The first was I couldn't get the assets to make that even possible. And the second thing was the scope was too big. It was way too big. So I actually scrapped, I think, the first 3 months worth of level design. Isn't that fun? Because it was like this sprawling thing here. Oh. Hey, Blinded. How's it going? That's kind of what's going on with all this. It's definitely a lot of... you know, it's 1:30 a.m. for me. You can call that whatever you want to call it. It can be super early. It can be super late. It's all perspective. When did you wake up? If you just woke up, morning to you. If you're still awake like me, well, caffeine? Wait, this is water. Sucks. Yeah, I mean, I definitely did a lot of experimenting. That's actually why I also showed the same Hierophant thingy. I actually had the Hierophant in a whole bunch of areas in the other one because in the dilapidated factory, I could have holes in the ground in like, you know, flooded areas and things like that. And you would need ways over that. So things could be just completely worthless, you know, and like not, you couldn't only get through them. I also didn't need it to be usable by humans. But this is a working toy place. So this top area here is restricted to, you know, not the public, obviously. But I can't just have holes in the ground. That doesn't work. I had to retool that whole idea, and I'm like, going, okay, well, how am I going to use the Hierophant now? And I was like, I was all upset about it. Like, so that changed the whole design direction. That's also what built the city, because one day on stream I decided to build the city, because I was like, this is so cool, I'm just going to keep building. And why it eventually became vertical instead of more horizontal, because like the way planned is like that. You start in the toy maker's workshop area, which is right here, but might get expanded to this full thing up here. And then you escape in the paintings to get, you know, back down to the other areas. I haven't built the toy maker's workshop, which I'm waiting for a fab sale to buy the assets that I need. Then it has 5 floors above ground, and then a basement, which is down here, and then a secret sub-basement for the real ending of the game. So it's pretty big. Like what you're seeing here is mostly like I have I think 1.5 floors basically done. Oh yeah, there's a city out here. It's not that big. It's not as big as you think. It's it's designed to trick you into thinking it's bigger than it is. Because the simple reality is, it's actually about this big. Not as big as you think. And then I just pull out the buildings outside, but you can't see those because when you look over the walls, it looks like it's more city, right? I'm all tricky like that. And of course, the ocean's cheating. I didn't put anything on the docks because you can't see the docks from any conceivable point on the building. So there's no point. I was originally going to have the character wander up. Why are there? I didn't even put trees here. That's lazy. You can see it's pretty lazy. I don't even know why there's a building back here. I think I was going to build more and I stopped. Yeah, pretty much. Just hide things. What shows the train exercise throughout the night? Oh, okay. I get it. Sitting around's, you know, I mean, if you're sick, that sucks, but, you know, it's really easy to sit there and do too much game dev and not take care of yourself. That's why I have a standing desk. Unless I'm standing up the whole time. Can use a few pounds or lose a few, you know, because, well, it turns out you burn something like, it's like 55 extra calories every hour you're standing versus sitting. So, you know, you stream 10 hours or something, that's 550 extra calories you burn just by standing. Plus, it's way better on your back and neck. So, unfortunately, 10 hours is a long time to stand. I usually make it about 6. I'm just like, all right, you win. I'll sit for a while. Yeah. Yep, this is kind of what I have going on here. I really have only designed basically this top floor here and part of this floor. Actually, I can't have, part of it goes down to the 3rd floor, so that's true. Like this actually goes down to the 3rd floor. So I need to design the other half of the 3rd floor, basically. And this one is up in the air. Let me see. What was the plan here? Originally, yeah, pretty much. His half a meal is quite a bit, yeah. Actually more than half of a meal if you're only eating like 2,000 calories in a day. Okay, it's like a meal. Yeah, this is either going to be like a bunch of steampunk machines to build the toys. One option. Or it's going to be something else that's toy related. It could be like a Halloween area or something like that. I don't know. I want a city area, like it's a mini modeled city. Now, I was originally going to do that down here. I put a few buildings here to show like the little model city things like that, including the Ooh La La building. La La. I was going to put little things here and like a working train around it. It's supposed to be a chess area because I have a bunch of cool chess thingies like that. And it's going to be this tiled area. Because the theory is that the chess pieces have decided that this is the great board and they all worship it. So they're all fighting over it. So I was going to have that down there. And I have chess pieces good to go. We're ready with that. Like, I don't even need additional assets for that. I don't have good enemies for the town area, but I am going to build this in the town area. And this is my argument here. Do I take the town thingy here and build it vertically over here? Which would be pretty fun. They could just be this giant steampunk city that's in here with multiple tiers. And then down here becomes, well, the chest thingy down here. I don't even know what happens up here on this. Like, and then the basement will be like the broken toys that nobody wants kind of thing. To be fair, though, the top area feels a lot like that, too. That's kind of where I'm at. I'm debating. Like, some things turn into good ideas. Like this. This was supposed to be like a single greenhouse room, and then it just turned into like a bunch of rooms in a pirate area, and just kept going. So we'll run with it. I'm definitely going to have a city area, though. Somewhere. Because I have all the models. I mean, I have the giant city out there. There's no reason not to do that. So, that's kind of the plan. It's possible I might cut the very bottom floor out, the secret basement area, due to it just being a lot of extra work, and it might be unnecessary. The game, like, I'm underestimating how long the game is, because I underestimate how small Poppet is. Like, it takes her a long time to get through some of these rooms. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, maybe that's there, but I considered also turning it into almost like an amusement park type of building where every room was designed for like kids to play and things like that instead. Exactly, Blinded. Exactly. The varied environments is just, that's half the fun. So I need like biomes basically. So part of me wants to do an amusement park type of setup where it's just literally like all the rooms are designed for kids to play in with the toys and everything, except for the the rooms up here that are not for the, like these rooms are not for the public. You'll see the difference of the rooms for the public. These are the rooms for the public. So they're going to be more like these. And then this, I'm going to change the floor to like that. I just did a giant floor for everything. That's the choice I need to make here. That's where the decision is going to. Yeah, like originally, like it was an old dilapidated warehouse. And there's a ghost girl that is haunting it, right? And the story is that she died here. And her father bought the place to use it as a place for, you know, to like build it for her because she can't leave. She's just haunting the place. So he is building this thing around her for her like that. So like, you know, a toy factory, like a toy place. It doesn't help that, you know, he killing people and putting their souls in dolls. But listen, he wants, you know, toys for his daughter. He wants companions for his daughter. There you go. Regular people can't, you know, be companions for it, but there's more to it than that. But on the surface, that's why he's doing it. And I do have the ghost girl too. She's we'll pull her out. She needs some work. She's better in the dark, I guess, but I mean, she's a ghost. Of course, she's better in the dark. Let me do the thing here. Wink. But a bit of, I guess, sort of sympathetic in a way. Like, you understand why he's doing it, but still not a very good person. Yeah, you know, it definitely, the supernatural is not always going to work out so hot, so they're not too interested in that. Okay, where's she at? She's right here. Fair shaders. Definitely, I don't have many flying things. I needed the animations for her too. There's a bunch of like ghost, you know, like things like the ring and stuff like that type of animations for the grudge that I want for her, but she can be a roving death trap, basically. She just wants to play with you, but unfortunately, well, the curse gets way stronger near her, so you don't want to be near her. She's currently in the wall. I guess I should move her away from the wall a little bit. I'll rotate her so she's more visible anyway. I guess. Yeah, he operates as kind of an antagonist throughout the thing, for all intents and purposes. And she's the ghost of a 14-year-old girl, but you know, what that means is she's a lot bigger than you are. I usually have her float a little higher than that. She also will creepily rotate her head to follow you. Now, I could restrict that, but I like that she creepily rotates her head to follow you. I just left it. I was like, okay. I'm going to make her more ghostly later, but I make some of the characters for the game. Like, I made her. I made Poppet. But you really can't see her very well without light. I made Poppet. I made Tinka. I made a lot of the girls, basically, that are killed. Like, I made Voodoo. I made some of the guys. Yeah, yeah. I like that, yeah. I can't remember what the name of the package was with all the animations because, well, Fab just deleted all the wish lists. But, you know, I just wanted her, like, you know, creepily, like, hiding up in corners and things like that, watching everything. Like, there'll be some rooms where that's all she's doing. She's just sitting there watching you. Like, say, like, in this corner, she's just, like, held up against the wall, like, just watching. Doing nothing else. In some rooms, she'll come after you. But it adds a bit of a horror element to the Metroidvania. Like, some rooms she's not around. She won't always be there. But she might just show up. And now you need to do something about it, you know, like she can't touch you because she's a ghost. Fair. She's a ghost. The rules are she can't touch you, but the curse does get worse nearby her, and that's a problem for you. Because that will, you know, drain your sanity and kill you. So it makes it matter, you know. However, lots of things are planned out. Big hurdles right now are making all the mechanics play well. I still don't have all the mechanics even made. I think, where am I at? I have a lot of them made. But most of the ones for the demo are basically gold. It's just they don't play well yet. So, let's see here. We go to the thing here. So we have the Fool, the Sucker there, the Magician's Maid. The Empress is going to make plants grow. It's supposed to be a nurturing thing. We'll see how that pans out. I don't know what kind of active ability that has, but the Emperor so far was like, they call it a force field, but it literally just protects you from dangerous areas. Not really in there yet. The Hierophant, well, we saw that. That's the cross in the back that makes things unpossessed. The Chariot was originally going to be a car that you could drive around. Here's the problem with that. It played like shit. It was terrible. Like, oh yeah. Well, yeah, I got a lot of the emotes. I put them in there, but the problem is they haven't approved most of them. So I think they approved a few more of them. Oh, they did. Cool. Maybe I have a few animated ones. There's still like a couple more they need to approve, but for all those people who want to use their Amazon Prime, you know, the Twitch Prime sub, that's what I'm saying. Like, they do have them like that. Earlier today, it was like everyone but 3 were like this. And now it's just down to these few. I don't know why they're just all about being slow about it, but I need to set this alerts thing up. The alerts aren't working correctly. Yeah. I added a bunch of them. As soon as I get to 10 subs, I can add more, basically. Like every 10 subs, well, like the first 10 subs give you like +1 animated, +1 normal. If I use the set up the Twitch alerts through their thing, that adds +2 animated ones I can make. So not a very big channel. Armed with my 1 subscriber. I don't see myself getting any additional emotes immediately. But we'll get them to approve those first. And then we'll keep going from there. I'll get a bunch of things. Right. Decent shilling. Well, that was the big joke, right? And the whole thing is, you know, I have, you know, I mean, I actually used the Prime sub on box, but the joke is that you get half off your Amazon Prime if you become a Twitch affiliate because you can subscribe to yourself, right? So you get some of the money back. It turns out it's actually not half off, but it's still funny that way. I think it was like $2.87 is actually what you get after the fees. But awesome. It's funnier for half off your own Prime. And if other people have them and they want to use them on me, that's cool. And if not, just them being here chatting with me is worth it. Because I get to do my hobby and I get people to talk with. And that is all they need to do. I don't have to do anything else. That makes me happy. Just people to chat with. But yeah, I even still have the Chariot in here. It's broken. I don't remember why it broke, but I never fixed it because it sucks. It played so badly. Like, so badly. I'm going to search for vehicles, see if they're even still in. I might have deleted them. I did not. DPI vehicle. The blueprint class for. I don't think that's the right one though. No. not blueprint. Do I still have it? I might have deleted it. Yeah, I think I did. It was terrible. Like I say, it just the car would tip over all the time. It couldn't yeah, exactly, blinded. You know, just feedback, chat with people. That's been responsible for some of the better ideas. Well, some of the ideas, maybe not all the better ones. Some ideas were pretty good. Other ideas were anyway, some ideas were good. Yeah, I'll need to redo the chair. It needs to be a vehicle of some sort. I don't know what. It might be how I fly. There's a cool little backpack, steampunk backpack with a little balloon that pops out and a little propeller on the back that shoots you around. So I might use that as a thing because it doesn't tie up her hands, so she could fight while flying, which would be kind of cool. It's this double jump. The Hermit was originally going to be a teleport. No, I don't really like it. Wheel of Fortune might replace the star. Currently, it just rotates objects, but that's kind of dumb. Might have upgrades or things to make the magician able to rotate stuff. Justice is going to be a weapon, probably. Hanged Man is the little bubble wand that, you know, traps enemies. Yeah, pretty much. It's like, I realized I would need to basically make a whole racing game to make them work right. That's a really far road to travel down for one of the tarots. Like, I don't think I want to go that far. Like, having cars moving around is fine, but I don't really want driving physics. I mean, Unreal has a physics setup for it. Like, you can pull it in. That's actually what I was using. Oh my god, though. It's a catastrophe. Death is a ghost form thingy. This might get turned into something else. This is kind of what amounts to the flying mechanic at the moment. You turn into a ghost and fly around yourself. It works. It's in the game. I mean, the ghost particle I have is just the same thing as her movement thingy. It does work though. It drains your curse really fast. It was originally a 4th stat stamina, but you don't need 4 stats. That's just confusing to keep track of. 3 stats is bad enough. I might actually make them bars too. I don't even know. The whole Diablo bars is okay, but I actually do have a fly. Actually, I guess I don't have to do anything. You can still see her hair kind of though, which is kind of weird. I might make her half transparent for this, to fly. I also don't have any flying animation though, so she's actually just running. I'll give her a flying animation later if I do that, but it's not fun. I'm just gonna say it. Flying isn't fun. It sounds like it's gonna be fun, but it's really not very fun. It would be a super late game ability though, because it breaks everything, you know, as far as platforming. So you would only give it out when you made the levels designed for like flying. Because otherwise she could just go, oh look, I'm going to a different room now. Through your stupid keys, I don't care. Just fly through here. Like, pretty overpowered. That's fair. I did like the Knights idea. I did a version of like the Knights Trails for a demo when I was testing just how many static meshes I could just have randomly in a level. Was for a defunct game idea. But bring it up, another character I made. Yep, she's flying around. She had her little thingies. And I was just randomizing all the things around here, and there was over 50,000 static meshes just floating about. Just randomizing it, because I had a real randomizing fetish at the time. Problem is a lot of the assets I was going to use turned out that the pack I bought was full of stolen assets. was on the Unreal Marketplace, and I was like, oh, cool, they're full of stolen assets. And I watched a playthrough of the game to find all the assets. They were all stolen assets from this game. The people found them. Yeah, little things like that. And it was okay. Floating around, flying through these things here. It took forever to get to everything, but you know. As you can see, I did do a night trailer. I know how to do it. Yeah. I mean, you know, I might make some small fun games too, just randomly. We'll see. Now that the streaming thing, I just was so focused on making this game. Oftentimes I'll discuss my ideas out loud, especially to the stream, so that, you know, well, if I can put them in words, it helps me decide if an idea sounds stupid. Like a lot of times that's a thing. I don't even have the restream chat up. In case you know it is over again. You know, because yeah, if I, in my head, every idea sounds great. And then I explain it, and it's like, no longer sounds as good as expected. Or some of them just still sound great. Or chat has options. Or things to help out. The idea for temperance right now is that you can temporarily slow objects. Say like, you know, you had like fan blades or something that are going through there, and instead of getting sliced up, Poppet could slow them down and get through. Or slow enemies as well. I'll have to make that level relevant. Like every tarot card is not going to be equally useful. Some are just mostly very limited useful. The devil currently is like weird fire magic thingies. This is like this is a throwback from way back. It's probably getting changed to some sort of weapon. I mean, that's a strategy people use, the streamer bait thing, where they make like, was it like Bite Me Games did a 1 month game where it was unicycle pizza time, just to see how they could do if they kicked it out the door and they just tried to sell it to a bunch of streamers, and it made about $8,000. They're really honest about how much money they made, but that was before all the costs. Like, is 8,000 before everything else, so it didn't really make 8,000 gross sales, which is not terrible. Well, $8,000 in gross sales. It didn't sell 8,000 copies. The tower is going to be some sort of weapon. I don't know what, but tower is one of the destruction tarots, so I need that. The star we've already seen heals you and also can trade health for sanity. Health for sanity. Kind of defeats the purpose of the sun tarot, so I don't really like that much. But the moon reveals illusions and makes some things that were illusionary real. So it kind of changes reality. That'll be fun later. I need a place to give it, but you have to be in visual sight of the moon when you give it. It's just required. Whenever you get it, you have to literally be able to see the moon. It's only fair. This is my requirement for this tarot. Every tarot I try to put in an area that fits what it is. So I'm making little things like that. I'm like, okay, where are you going to see the moon? Is it really going to be out on a pipe somewhere? That's terrible. But the problem is at present, the only place you really see the moon is either in the Toymaker's workshop, up on top of the building where I was going to have this resurrection ritual, but I don't know if I'm going to do that yet, or be somewhere else. Or if you happen to be in the little, like, you know, stupid roof area here that's not particularly interesting. Otherwise, you don't really see the moon unless you go out on a pipe. Yeah. I'm sure there are a lot of FNAF knockoffs and cruel platformers and things like that. Yeah. Kind of a question of, I mean, like, if it sells well, I mean, cruel platforming is like pure streamer bait. Like, horror games are great, difficult games are great, like rage games. Anything that can get a reaction out of them is perfect. RPGs are like the worst choice. Don't do that to yourself. Like, if you want to get easy advertising, just make something a streamer can make content off of. There's someone who made a horror game about Asmongold. Asmongold played that on the stream. And he put a video up on his thing there. He got like 12 million views or something stupid on his game. And it was like a simple horror game. It had almost no mechanics. He just basically remade Asmongold's house from top down and made Asmongola killer and put a couple funny jokes in. And that was it. Yeah. Any of these things, like if they can play it with their friends, if it's a trivia game, if it's some sort of like, you know, thing where they can match wits against each other, you know, like, oh gosh, what is that game called? The whole sus things. And the dopey little guys running around with like 2 legs and they look like little, they're just like 2-legged dudes running around. I don't know what it's called. But, you know, like it has the things there where, you know, yeah, it has, a discussion phase and you vote people out, you know, anything like that, because all the streamers can get together. Among Us, there you go. Yeah, all the streamers can get together and talk to each other, and once again, that's content for them. You don't have to pay them to advertise this. They'll do it for you. You know what most of them aren't going to do? Advertise your RPG. My plan is, because it's a 3D Metroidvania, that's already rare for the genre. It's incredibly rare. Nobody makes 3D Metroidvanias because they're not crazy like I am. I'm just going to go and wave it in front of every person I know who loves those. And also, I'm going to mention Alice Madness Returns a lot as an inspiration for everybody who loves that game. That's the plan. I hope it works. You know? We'll see. But yeah. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at on that. It's like, that's what I would do. We'll see how it pans out. Good news is, for this, at least with streaming, it's also a form of advertising. Because, you know, then people get interested in the story of how the game is made. And that's not a bad idea. Like, you know, get people interested in your world by showing it to them. Because, you know, over the course of a night, like you'll get like 100 people on YouTube, or like, you know, and 100 people on Twitch who've seen my thing there. Once I have some sort of thing where people can actually wish list it, that's just advertising every night. Yeah. I mean, follow the demand. Don't get me wrong, everybody and their grandmother wants to make an RPG. I mean, a Metroidvania is kind of like an RPG. It's you don't have to have as much story for a Metroidvania, because Metroidvanias are not really about like the JRPG mechanics and like, you know, going to this place like that. Usually the story is somewhat light, and most of the game is built around exploration, collecting crap, and combat. I get to get away with a lot less in that thing there. Kingslave style game? I do not know what a Kingslave game is. You're talking about Kingsglaive. That. That's fair. I mean, you know, I've been finding that streaming pays. Well, I mean, I don't really know what it pays at the moment. To be honest, I've literally had one whole day of being that counted as being paid as an affiliate, and I've had one person sub. So, you know, like, I can't begin to tell you how much money you will or won't make. I'm gonna assume it's probably not going to be a lot, but the Steam fee's only like $100, so I kind of, can you get it back too? Nice. RPG Adventure of Elements. Nice. Yeah, Sinistry, that's like just having something to make on while you're streaming is in itself, you know, content. So I mean, that's cool. Any content is good. Yeah. My advice is, as far as games go, and you're going to stream it, keep working on the same game. Don't switch. Don't ever switch. Keep working on it, because people get invested in what you're doing. But also, the longer you work on it, the more impressive it gets. If you're always at the beginning of a project, it's always going to look like crap, and you're going to look like just everyone else. And that's terrible. But if you have the same project that you've been working on for 9 months like I have, it looks, you know, at least somewhat good, because I put so much time into it. If I started a new project, people would like, they'd just pass me by. So the longer you stick with a project, the more impressive it looks and the more invested people get. So don't switch. Stay with the same project. Do not switch. I've done that too. Like, you know, I mean, it's just, yeah, you gotta realize that people are along for the ride. They want to see you get to the end of the journey. So, you know, like that. content to talk to yourself anymore. I still talk to myself. It's half the reason I stream. Even if no one's here, I can pretend like I'm not talking to myself. I'll just keep talking, and then anyone walks by the room, they're just like, oh, he's just streaming. Yes, I'm not sure. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. I'm not crazy. We're going to say it's maybe Akira. Spooky jump scare lost. Yeah. Humor-friendly horror, yeah. Perfect. Why do you think I'm going to toss some extra horror in this game? Because I want people to get bonus reactions out of it. You did like 5 different ones already? Oh, that sucks. Well, now you know. You learn the hard way. Welcome to learning the hard way. Isn't that fun? I was going to work on this AI, but I never really got to it. That's okay. I keep coming up with ideas on how I'm going to do AI. And I'm going to have them jump forwards like periodically, just really, really heavy. Well, is that what I'm doing? Animation for a jump attack. Actually, let's make one called the jump attack. I have an idea. 1 second. I need to get together a bunch of animations. I mean, she could just jump and swing her weapon like that, too. Not even do anything special. I haven't actually made a bunch of other attacks for it. What does this attack look like? What is this? What this? That's a standing melee. Working one there. What is she doing? Wee punk. Wee punk. We'll see how that pans out. I need to redo a bunch of the animations here. Yeah. My advice to you is save all the money you can. Cut every unnecessary expense. Don't eat out. Don't get random drinks. Nothing. Get an SSD. That's what it takes for you like that. Am I doing work animations? No, I was thinking of doing an attack for it. I kind of wanted to have some sort of a jump attack, maybe. I don't know. Here's my issue with this character. Like, I kind of wanted her to draw you to her because her main mechanic is that she has the voodoo doll of you. So I want her to have the voodoo doll of you be the thing that she tries to attack if you try to get too far away. I might make it where she pulls it back really fast or relatively fast, so you can't keep doing that, or maybe speed it up. And in later phases, she just controls the voodoo doll, and the voodoo doll just starts walking back to her. There's almost no reason for her to jump after things, but she needs a good way to hit the voodoo doll too. And I don't have a good stomp attack either. I don't think I do. I need to hunt down animations, which is going to take forever. Yeah. I basically just advise against getting into multiple engines. Just stick with the engine, make your game. Just make your game. Don't change up. Don't keep doing that to yourself. That's just crazy. Where did I put all the animations for this? I have a bunch on this thing here. And I can always, you know, retarget them, I think, if I get all the animations on this. I made a mistake of converting everything over to the UEFN mannequin, and it doesn't quite trigger very well back. Let's get a jump. Yeah. There's no attack jump, though. I don't think. Let's see what they got here. Oh. No. I need these ones here. But I want her to spin and then jump, and that seems stupid. You know, that just looks lame though. It doesn't look like she's really stomping the ground. Stomp? I think so. What are the attacks? There's a kick. Oh yeah, Godot in 3D. People are like, it's getting better. I'm like, yeah, well, a long way to go. Pretty much. It's like she has to kick low. She's too tall. Like these would be so good if she wasn't so tall. You know? It's just an attack. I'm just gonna move this off to the side here and click on them, and you guys can see the result of me clicking on something, I think, rather than me having to constantly move one off the screen like that. Oh yeah, like Paper 2D and Paper ZD are pretty good, yeah. Like I mean, I was gonna do that, but then I decided against it because, well, it just looks neater. I don't want Voodoo to be more of a mage than an actual fighter. I mean, she does have that giant voodoo pin she can hit people with. Oh yeah. Well, the thing about Paper 2D and Paper ZD over, like, you know, the others is it's really good if you want to add, like, do 2.5D. I can make animations in Xperia. I just was looking for something that gets the job done without the effort. Well, she can just pound the ground. That's fine too. I'm okay with that. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Pound that ground, pound it. Uh, there's like the Voodoo Princess. As you can see, the auto-generate asset is the worst thing anyone's ever used in their entire lives. This, however, is perfect. And the one I wish to retarget was Mace Attack L3. I guess I just have her punch the ground. I could have her swing her weapon into the ground. I'm going to do both. I'm just going to move them both over and export them. I'm going to put them with the Voodoo model here. Sadly, the way this thing does, it's hard to organize stuff. It's really not as easy as I want it to be. That's the wrong one. Under Voodoo Princess was the original one there. Armed is fine. Here. Here. That's what I was thinking of, like her hitting the ground or something and it causing some sort of a shock wave, because she is 3 times your size. So, I mean, you know, one would assume that would pretty much wreck you. Like this one's pretty good, I think, that I like. This one, not so much. It's funny because there's a weird bug where her heart grows really large with the animations transferred back, and I'm probably going to have to redo the animations manually later by re-importing them and not having them on the UFN mannequin, but they're just going to stay that way, and she's going to have a giant heart temporarily. All right, so armed with this fine animation here. The left one, yeah. So we won't call it stomp. We'll call it ground pound. Something. There you go. And let's do this animation for it there. Let's remember to do the most important thing, which is to Create an anime montage. Montage. Did it in montage. Let me drag the montage onto here. Attempt to drag the montage onto here and critically fail. All right. So she'll do the ground pound. The thing is, if her weapon is there, then I don't have to do anything special. Wait a minute. I don't think I want to do this on her attack. I think I want this to be a spell. Or something unique. I think I want it to be unique. Custom event. Because the way it's set up is the weapons are what dictates whether or not they would attack, right? Like whether or not they would hit things, because they have a ray trace, and if the ray trace is broken, that's what damages the player. And for the bosses and like that, it's just always active. So if you just happen to remove the weapon, you take damage. Whereas with you, that's not the case. Yours aren't always active. I might switch it so theirs aren't always active either, but we'll see. In most cases, running into the boss in games hurts you, so that's what we're doing. I could actually technically do this in here. Let me think about this. So, no longer blending the animation on that. I do this. Does this. It plays the montage, sure. And during the montage, it just checks the weapons array thingy, and if it has that, it does weapons equip thingy. But I don't want that. So I think what I'm really going to do is I'm just going to turn the blend animation off at the end of that. I'm just going to do it this way. Oh. That's right. This is an event. No. Ground pound's gonna do something different here. Play the montage. But here, I guess I just fire a projectile at the ground. No. Play there. And then actually, let's add a particle for. What particle are we going to use for this? Because I just want to spawn a particle, right? So I'm just going to activate a particle on it that looks like some sort of, you know, force thingy. And then it'll apply, I'll have a collision or something like that on there, and if it hits the collision like that, or if the player's in a certain range, it'll then launch the player away and, or the target, and then deal damage. Right? That's what I'm thinking. I'm saying that out loud, so I know what I'm thinking. Because, yeah. Well, this character is very magic-centric, so, you know. That, oh, what's this burst stuff? That makes a difference? What this? This is lame. That's what this is. Not that. God, wow. Purple. Ew. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have her do more of those kinds of things, more hitting the ground. It's really hard for her to hit things, so. Most of the enemies are Poppet size, so this is not a problem, but This is why Voodoo's been kind of an issue, because I keep making attacks that fit. Waiting for the compile, waiting for the compile. Would be faster if I wasn't streaming, but I am. Huh. I mean, the second part's okay. But the first part's... I guess if I... Well, we'll see. I think I can play this at the right time. Why does it have a compile issue? That's the problem. The problem. Oh, it appreciated. That's fair. Well, I mean, in this, if I want to change an animation, I can select a bone or something like that. Like, let's say a chest lower, and where I want the animation, like, you know, right here, and I can actually just like rotate her or something like that, and then add a key. And then from that point on, she'll do that rotation like that. I don't want to do that because it messes with the animation, but you can sit there and change them. You just move to the frame you want and change it, pick an area, and then change however you want. So I'll temporarily add a key so you can see what it is. So I go over there now. Because I added the key, now she like, swings off to the side like an idiot because that's what I told her to do. See? Yeah, you just do that and you're good. But I don't want that. I'm going to do the rotation because that's not going to work for me. I want her to hit the ground. Yeah, you can sit there and adjust multiple things, and you just put it the frame you want, adjust whichever bones you like, and then add a key for that bone. And you just keep doing it, and you can adjust any animation. You can just duplicate the animation and just change it all around. You can also, you know, chop off pieces of the animation and stuff. Oh yeah, yeah. 2D stuff is literally just you make little flip books, just like like a book you would just like flip through like that, like paper ones are. Yeah, that's all you're doing. And it just plays the flip books. And I did 2D stuff for a while in here and in a 3D world, and it was fun, but the end results did not look as good as this. And, you know, there was just a lot of things I wanted. Well, I have an example of a 2D thing I did in Unreal. I don't always get a lot done during stream, but most of the time I do. Today I'm just working as I go. So I kept... This is a prime example of it. This was one of the few things I kept of this. This was using 2D animations and paper ZD so that your character would adjust the directions. Oh no, I love chatting with people. It doesn't matter. Like, I come up with good ideas this way too. Like, you know, and some nights, you know, I put so much random time to this. I don't mind taking breaks and just chatting. Kinda. One of the things I found was if you rotate the character a slight amount, you put it at a slight angle, the character always looks like it's 3D for the most part. So I found it to be not too bad. I think it was like 14% or something, just along like the x-axis. It wasn't very much. But the problem was if you didn't do that, then you could look down and it looked really weird. And I also restricted the camera so you couldn't look too high or too low because then the illusion would be broken. Yeah, you could see that, you know, for a 2D character in a 3D world, it didn't look bad. I mean, it's obviously not as good as what I'm doing now, but terrible. I think that's one of the few examples I even have of it. Let's see. I might have others. No, early version of Poppet, but oh, here we go. This was a way better example. This was an early concept version of the game. I bring it up. All right, so this was like super early version of the ZD thingy. Yeah, we'll get the full thing here. the jumping into paintings. I was gonna have paintings rolls you fought in set, Ned, but I took that out. Obviously, it wasn't amazing, but you know, there was a ghost form because the ghost form was from the RPG Maker thingy that I did. That is the initial thing for the game. That only because it just made you temporarily invulnerable. It's just dodge basically. I replaced it just with a dodge. In that one, I was using a lot more spell casting because originally Poppet was a witch and a witch doll. So yeah, I mean, if you look, it's not too bad. I mean, it would have been an interesting game. You can definitely see a bit of the fact it's 2D because I have it zoomed way too high there, but platforming was a little weird. But overall, it wasn't too bad. All things considered, like it played okay. The problem is it just didn't make any real sense. Like the game would. It was an interesting idea, but it was going the wrong direction. It didn't have anything good. Oh yeah, the RPG Maker Stockholm Syndrome, pretty much. Yeah, overall it was interesting. I'll give it some credit where credit was due. It had some neat ideas. But just from a mechanic of, it just didn't make any sense, like how I was building it. Like I couldn't, well, there was a scope problem because that meant that every painting had to have unique assets to make each world, which was rough. I took out I made the painting world just a space in between for that very reason. Because quite simply, I was like making whole worlds. It's like, well, why? Also, it was way more level centric, where this is more Metroidvania, which was kind of the way it should be in the first place. Yeah, I've had a lot of bad ideas, and like it's worked its way towards things like that. It was originally an RPG Maker project that spawned this, so to be fair, I guess I kind of worked on that a little longer than previously. But yeah, it was a very different world. Very different world. Oh, I think anything else that showed off it there. I was going to make an Alice in Wonderland style game, but that was just a good looking character though. I actually stole her outfit because I realized that the outfit worked really well in Unreal. Bring it up. That was this one here. My other character I was going to use. She was also kind of hard to see her in this. I made this whole area for her too, like that. But I ended up, this project was like an early attempt at the thing, and it just didn't. Directionless. Which sounds? I don't even hear sounds. Which sounds are we talking about? Yeah, she's wandering a little thing. Oh, humble bundles. Humble bundles. Yeah, yeah, pretty much humble bundle. Every time there's like a big collection of sound things, I'm like, ooh, what about this? And I end up using a bunch of them, but I need to make some of my own. I'm gonna have to make like. I'm probably gonna have to pay someone to do a bunch of the female voices for these things. I'm not sure how much voices are gonna be, except for like Poppet and Tinka are gonna have voices, but a lot of the other ones aren't gonna talk a whole lot. Oh, the RM version of this, yeah, that thing was dumpster fire. We don't talk about that. It's okay. You can see the old RM version on my YouTube for those people keeping track of playthrough of it. Or I tried to make RPG Maker way better than it should be. Let's spawn this thing here, though. What was I doing this here? I guess I can just spawn the product vault location here. Let's do a... I guess I'll delay for the moment. I'll delay like maybe 1 second. Oh, I'll do it this way. Here. Let's move it down to... Actually, no. No. Can you not parent socket that? I guess it's not technically on the mesh. You cannot parent socket these. Okay, that's fine. That's the projectile. Oops. This one here. This can parent. So let's parent it to her... I can't parent it? Fine. I guess I could just do it from emitting her, so it doesn't matter which direction you are. Can I enlarge this one? Sometimes you can enlarge them. No. I could just have her cast too instead of pound the ground. Yeah, people who just want to do dumb things with RPG Maker. Yeah. I mean, I did have that. I did do weird things with RPG Maker. They aren't impressive. Like at the end of the day, the most impressive thing you'll ever see in RPG Maker still sucks. It's really that simple. Like, it's just you're working real hard to make something that isn't even that great. Like this is the old version of the Poppet quest for RPG Maker, and you can see that it wasn't even that good. Really old version. I think I have a better version later. Oh, maybe not. I mean, for RPG Maker, it was cool. So what? Like, what does that matter? So, I don't know. I guess it had some charm, I suppose, but it was not good. Not good. But for RPG Maker, was impressive. Still garbage though. Alright, so we'll have her pound right there, I guess. And I really want to put it right there, but I don't really have a good way to figure out where she's gonna drop it because I can't actually even like, and you can't attach, can you attach the mesh? You can, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. So let's attach it to her right hand. Wait, no, it's a left hand strike, right? Yeah, she's left hand striking. Okay. Attach to her left hand. I'm just trying to come up with a good idea. I don't know if this will work out well. It might be terrible. Yeah, I was trying for a Diablo style game. Yeah, it's moments. I mean, you know. You can let me see here. Where is it? Okay. I'm gonna load that. No? Huh. If you wish to see the old playthrough, like before I ditched it off of RPG Maker, this is the video of me playing through the last prototype I made of that. it was fine, and you know the concepts from it and a lot of the enemies are actually probably going to be in it. Some of the ones I can't use because the uh, the renders were fine, but I don't have the interactive license to use some of the assets, and you can no longer get that interactive license, so I can't use them. I had to ditch a whole bunch of things from the game, which sucks. I made other ones, you know, but you know, yeah. Okay, so this is attached to our hand, which means that I really don't want to. It doesn't need a new location, right? We just lag foo here, huh? Lag foo, lag foo. Freeze, buddy. Mida. I think I broke UE. Well, well, well. I'm going to relaunch UE and take a bio break while I do it. And we will continue. Awkward timing because, you know, normally you could run an ad during that time to prevent ads the rest of the time, but the ad thing is blocked off, so I can't. All right, well, I will be right back. It takes a moment to load anyway, and I take a bio break anyway. So, like 2 minutes. All right, I have returned. Nice. Diablo 2 is your favorite game? I almost made a Diablo 2 style game. I mean, you kind of saw what I was making, so. But at the end of the day, it's pretty hard to make Poppet appear tiny in Diablo. No? That's kind of cool. Just cold in the rest of the house, I think. Put my heater up in here. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting a long time. I think my poor computer's just like, but why? That's fair. That saved myself some trouble. Unexpectedly quit. Funny, I went out of my way to do a bunch of optimizations, figuring that I needed to do that. And yeah, well, it's a good mechanic. I mean, graphics don't make the game. What graphics do is get people to look at your game. They don't make the game. A lot of the most fun games I've ever played have terrible graphics. And I actually think that I think it's a mistake to be hyper realistic, because everyone's trying that and it's difficult for a solo dev. But also, you don't really stand out by being realistic. I mean, people can just go outside. It doesn't have a style. I think you're better off with a style versus anything else. Yeah, I mean, like, people see Diablo style game and they're like, oh my god, Diablo style game. They remember that. The Ember berries are strong. I mean, it's a good thing. Yeah. That's why I have my little art style that I'm going with this, where as long as I have my world like that, and as long as I fit the rules I've set up in my world, it's perfectly fine. You know, in the real world, you don't resurrect dolls to fight each other, right? Or you don't put souls dolls to fight each other like that. They don't do that. So it's more interesting. You know, it's just, I follow that, but I follow I want a very DreamWorks-y style, you know, like, don't want even my characters to seem all that, you know. Well, they're just very much more, I mean, they look like DreamWorks or Pixar. It's literally the purpose. I want that same magic they have. I attached this to her hand, right? Did it save that? It is attached to her hand, sure. So we will activate it. You know what I might do? No. Let's activate it beforehand, so during her animation, she just does it. We'll try that out. The timing is going to be a big player in this. And I don't need a delay on that. We're just going to do on completed. You could put notifies in to trigger when stuff happens, and I could technically do that, but I might change the animation, so I don't usually like to do that. But I do notifies sometimes. Okay, so. Okay. Uncompleted. Um, you just get distance to player. And I'll do a distance to player. Yeah, it's just get distance too. You could do a collision thingy. Why? Here. I did it on this, that's right. Uncompleted. Display. I have another actor thingy right here. Target actor. Target actor. All right. So between the self and the target actor, distance there. And then if this is, oh. Well, it's going to reset this at the end of the attack anyway, so it doesn't even matter. So if this is greater than, actually, it's less than or equal. We'll say 2,000. Dance. I think target damage is how I did it on Poppet. Let me double check that. It's just damage. Let's see. Make sure. Add player damage in that. Blah, 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 blah. I have to remember how I did these things, so I've looked at it. That's fair, GG. I mean, you know, it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. I mean, if you want to make it, you know, worlds for people to wander around that look super realistic, there's nothing wrong with that. If you want to show them specific areas, that's cool. I mean, it's definitely all about making it super realistic. I just think for solo devs trying to make a game that requires that much, I mean, with what you're doing, and then you being able to convert real worlds into environments without that would actually probably make it easy for a solo dev to do. So in the future, it could probably be a thing. As of right now, I don't think if a solo dev should even attempt to try to make a hyper realistic. Yeah, there's definitely certain points where you want to try to make things pretty. Flat grass, you know, I mean, like, it's grass. How long are you going to stare at that? Are you really going to stare at it that long? I mean, I guess, but are you really going to stare at it that long? These are important questions. Player damage, there we go. Close the voodoo by accident, didn't I? Dumb. So dumb. Target damage. Should we do this? Because either way, it's either gonna hit the player or not. Oh, we need a branch on this. Branch. So on true damage player. There's also a launcher thing too. Let me check the launcher on this because I'm gonna want to launch the player on this one too. Launcher parent's fine. Yeah, launch. Um, Actually, I don't need a forward vector. Maybe I do. Wait a second. I want to throw the player back. Let's get the projectile arrows one. That's perfect. She has an arrow on her. That'll be fine. We get the forward vector of that. And then float double precision. And we'll just do like 500 to knock her back some. All right, so this will launch the character. This is the same thing as my launcher. I'm just doing that. So launch him. And then I'm going to fold it into this here. Actually, we'll just put is attacking as a thing now. The end of this. Either way. And I think I also need to do one other thing here. Is attacking and I don't care about anything else. Sure. Oh, the damage amount. How much damage is it going to do? Oh, yeah, yeah. Like, UE is huge. Here's the thing. If your computer is not that great, you can still use UE4, and UE4 was what they made the Final Fantasy VII remake in. So, if they can make that game in, UE4, UE4 is probably fine. If you have a very strong computer, I mean, listen, they made that. UE4 is fine. Almost every great game, AAA game you've actually played. It wasn't made in like some other random engine, but I mean, they used UE4, not UE5. UE5 has made almost nothing so far. It hasn't had enough time. My is pretty much that. UE4 from memory, yeah, pretty much. It's definitely a lot lighter. When I tested UE4 with a 1080, and I was able to stream UE4 with just a 1080 graphics card. So I mean, you can make stuff look good, and I mean, what are my examples of UE4? All you really gain is like lumen and nanite and stuff like that, but I mean, like, they aren't really all that impressive or necessary, you know? See if I can find it. Not that one. I would use UE4, to be honest. Try it out. I mean, there's not a big difference between them, to be 100% fair. There is, but your computer won't be strong enough to really make use of a lot of the what is different. So you're really not gaining much. Like, it's fine. You could use it. This was like an early experiment for making a small character in UE4. It wasn't that great overall, but obviously the graphics on it. So yeah, that was going to do more Alice in Wonderland thing, and this was like the addict. Someone said, we should use a rubber chicken as a weapon, so that's why we use the rubber chicken as the weapon. I could have just used UE4. I don't even know why I switched to UE5. I just thought it was shiny, which was a mistake. Never underestimate the rubber chicken weapon. Never. Sure, it clipped through the table, but listen, this was my demo. My idea, concept thingy. Oh no. With tarot cards and like that. Woohoo! Did I know? I mean, you got all the physics and everything like that, the cloth physics like that, same outfit. To be honest, the game ran better in UE4 anyway. I question if I should be using UE4, but from a streamer perspective, it's probably better to use UE5 if you can, because there's a lot of people looking to see what UE5 can do. But from that's your graphics card. If you plan on streaming as well, you should use UE4. You should definitely use UE4. Jesus. That's I have like the only argument I see against using UE, the only one I truly accept is that your computer just can't handle it. That's the big argument against UE, and it's a strong argument. Your computer has to be powerful. Oh yeah, I did have make chicken noises. It's just didn't save the sound for that. It actually did make chicken noises. It was funny. It was beautiful. Big beauty man. But yeah. It's called ground pound. So it's cat ground pound. And what's her damage? Do I want to change her damage? That's a stat. No. Undo that. I'm gonna put it on the parent. It's a pretty generic thing. I think they're all going to use a damage amount, so it seems reasonable. I have an enemy that looks like a chicken type of thing. Well, it looks like a voodoo chicken. I'll pull one out. You can look at it. Actually, I'll make the spawner just spawn a bunch of them. Creation 1. Spawn like 10 of them, sure. But they look like they have like little chicken bone arms and everything like that. Like a weird little chicken sack body and then a bizarre hide off head. They launch chickens. They're these things. We launch little chickens. They're just stupid enemies. So they're fodder enemies, so. But there's a chicken thing in here. Very important. That being said, they probably don't need to spawn any of these. Yeah. I'll give them a better particle than the weird bloody chicken, but that's fine. The chicken's funny. You just gotta have dumb things. I like putting weird, humorous, stupid things in a world that's already kind of messed up. So this way it's a good contrast, you know, things where it's like, oh, that's terrible, but that's hilarious. So like, why do the landmines have funny comments on them? Because the ghost girl thinks it's hilarious, you know? Why not, right? So damage amount on this. I put that on there, so now you can have it from here. Hit damage amount. I'll just set that there, and then I guess I can just sequence this either way, right? I probably want to wait till finish though before I sequence. Yeah, I should do that. Never mind, don't sequence. After launch, she's no longer attacking, and after fall, she's no. So it's a little easier to see. I hate that this is the same color. Okay. I'm going to change this anyway. Compound. Do you want to look the player and face the target? Sure, sure. Where it changes that up. I need to set the damage amount beforehand. Say it just does a huge amount of damage and throws Poppet back or something. I'll have to telegraph it, but you know, whatever. Then afterwards, I'll set the damage amount back to a lower number just in case it messes with something else. I shouldn't use it, so it doesn't matter. We can say it 50 for now. Okay. We go back to this number to add the behavior in. Let's do it on battle phase 1. Let's place ground pound at close range here. We'll see how it looks. Timing these things is often a problem, and then of course you got to make it fair and telegraphic, and I'm probably going to need to slow her down so it doesn't look so ridiculously fast. I mean, or I can make it do very little damage. We'll see. Job 1, make it work at all. Job 2, make it work good. Oh, okay, I didn't disable it initially. That's fine, I don't care. Not the attack I was looking for, but... Okay, well, it's using the wrong attack. That's good to know. Protesting standing. Okay. So, I guess I messed up picking the right attack. And also, before we even start, do not auto-activate. Also, I forgot something on here. It activates, plays the montage, and then I have to deactivate it too, or it'll just keep playing. Right. I might move the animation to during, or I might move the particle to during the activation. It's a timing thing to make it look good. At the end of the day, you know, I should be testing this on like the painting world because it's not as heavy. I'm not like the player back. The location's still pretty crap. I don't really like the location. I thought it'd be better on the hand, but it doesn't really work that well on the hand, does it? What if I do this instead? Let's get rid of that and instead put it right in front of them. I guess it kind of moves with. Well, might just be I want the animation to go lower. Maybe the hand is fine. Oh, you can't undo that, huh? Okay. Well, fine. Let's put it back on the hand. And then Where's that animation? Oh, this is not on the main one. It has to be on the animation itself. I guess right about here, maybe. I'll make it go lower than normal. Got a bender right at the abdomen. Okay, and then blend animation turns back on right up here, right? Yeah, so I'm gonna turn it back on. See, I have it set to basically at the, I think it's at the abdomen lower or something like that. I have it set to blend the animation so that she's walking around with the walking animations, but playing the attacks and everything like that on the upper portion of her body because you can split it at the bone. But for a lot of the attacks, because like, you know, if she's like walking one way and she swings her weapon, it'll change where the weapon hits. I actually have a thing to disable that, you know, midway through, so this way she'll do a normal attack and not actually try to do the walk animations too. It's a real problem otherwise. Because her weapon has a ray trace on it, and the ray trace, the line has to hit the target, or she won't hurt it. Why did damage the player not damage the player? Player damaged, hit actor. Oh, there's no hit actor. Target actor. I'm stupid. No. Target actor. Let's make the launch way stronger. Like 1,000. Let's make the distance a little bigger. Maybe a little bigger. We'll try 2,500. Maybe experimental. We'll see how it goes. It's obviously a point blank attack, so she's gonna have to. I guess I could have her jump and do it too. That's true. I could initiate a jump and then have her do it. That thing there. I could just combo the two. Sure. Oh, let's play. Jesus. Only supposed to do 50. How much health do you have, Poppet? I thought you had like 100. Pretty certain you do. Why did it do so much? She does have 100. Why did it beat the crap out of her? Hmm. Shouldn't have. And the damage amount I set to 50 up here. Right? Oh, I set damage amount when they did the thing. Let me check this out here. I'm just thinking of it triggering more than once, or somehow it's applying the numbers wrong. I need to solve that mystery one way or another. And I'm also going to do a number on here, and I'm going to put the damage amount as well. This way I can tell if she's, you know, taking too much damage or if it's just triggering more than once. It shouldn't trigger more than once, though. That's interesting. It really shouldn't. Because there's a do once on the whole chain, so I don't understand how it could trigger twice. But, listen. It's complicated. There's plenty of things that go wrong. Get used to it after a while. Boing. Boing. You. You. Hit me. Yeah, player damage triggered twice. Okay, okay. There is oh gosh, what someone did that. There's this other system someone was talking about. There's breakpoints. And then when a breakpoint triggers, it'll stop right there. And be like, okay, well, and then you can elect to go on. It's like add breakpoint. I mean, you could do it that way. I often just put print strings to see where everything's going and get the information I want. People are like, but you could do it with a breakpoint. You could. You're not. Okay, Bonton, I don't know that. Like, I actually don't know much about breakpoints. I actually don't like them. I don't really like. I don't see why I would use them over there. But oh yeah, I don't like macros. This is an interface, so you know. This is not a macro. I don't really use a lot of macros, to be honest. Actually, a lot of times I just can compress the graph. Hey, Ponton, how's it going? Yeah, I like printing easier. There's upsides to functions and downsides. Like, you can't have a delay in a function. That sucks. You can't have a timeline in a function. What I actually find that I really prefer to do 9 times out of 10 is I just make them graphs, right? Like, I just compress the graphs, and then it can have anything. I think you can on a macro. But macros can't, they don't have inheritance. Like, you can have a parent can have a function, and the function gets inherited to all the children. Macros do not. So, and neither do compressed graph. The functions are about the only one that actually, yeah. Well, it just depends. A lot of times it's just about making things cleaner and easier to do. And if you want to copy paste things multiple places, then it has its moments, but it's definitely a limitation. That's fair. This triggers twice. Why? Why indeed? What might be happening is that she's actually just initiating the command again. The animation hasn't finished. I think that's actually what's really happening, because she can't trigger it twice. It has to reset this action. It cannot work otherwise, because it literally will hit this point right here. At this, actually, at the start of the start of actions here, and it does a do once. And until this happens, it can never do it again. So I think it's just going too fast. Yeah, as for state-based things, I mean, I guess I haven't seen the state system machine thing. I haven't really messed with it ever. I don't. One of the many systems in UE where I have very little idea what it does. I mean, I have a concept of what it does. Beyond that, it's like, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, let's just put a delay until this finishes, right? Because it's just taking. I'm gonna put this over here. I'm gonna do this in a different order so it looks a little better. I might use a different particle as well, but let's just delay it here. We'll start with a 0.2, just see if it looks good. Do that. And I think either way, I'm just going to delay it from there. I could put the reset action at the end of this. That's probably a better idea, right? Because then it has to resolve all this before it can do a reset action. A little wonky. We'll try it with the delay first, see how it goes. But I might have to force it. Yeah. It might have to do this thing. Instead of his attacking here, this is where it prevents things. So, okay. We'll start with like a 1 or something like that. I don't want her to just spam this thing. I find a lot of times I do stuff too fast. I need to learn to slow my stuff down. So, slow my roll, basically. I need to connect this here. It was like the guy who made Smash and those things was literally, going over these things and how it looked better, even though it was like slower to, like, to have them hit and pause things briefly and stuff like that. So I need to remember delays. Delays make the game more fun than you think it does. Otherwise, things are super fast. It's weird. I gotta remember that. Hit me. Hit me. That time it only ran once. All right. Only ran once. Somehow applied 100% damage to me. Ow. Well, we're going to try something slightly different. This attack thing I did a long time ago, and it seemed okay, but the other one was so slow that I had plenty of time. This is so fast. Let's not put this here. And we'll put it at the end and see if that makes a difference. But that's strange. That should not be how it works. I don't like having attack thing here because I might want to do multiple chain things. Well, I am printing the damage amount that it's applying because if you look here, when it references the damage it's saying, this is the damage amount she's taking. It literally goes over here and applies the damage to the character. That's the damage amount, and then character damage happens, and character damage takes the damage amount and says camera shake, blah blah, timeline, blah blah, damage amount there. Displays the damage, subtracts it, and updates the health. Like, it's just... Oh, sorry. This turns it negative and then adds it to the health. That's what it does. I could go over here and put yet another print string if I want. But this works for everything else, so... I mean, sure, why not? And this one will appear in, fine yellow here. Don't put it as a duration. That is weird. put the reset action at the end there, so I don't like that method though. I can't see. That's fair. It's kind of hard to tell what's happening in UE, but you might be able to increase the resolution now, right? And you guys set it at 1080 now? Because before I was stuck at 720, and that was actually the big reason to upgrade to being an affiliate. Was that I would gain the ability to people to set resolutions. Yeah, I took 50. But the player damage didn't trigger each time, so I don't need that. I mean, the yellow triggered for when I took 10 because she hit, you know, mini pop, but he's only doing 50. But my health is bigger than that. Huh. I set the damage amount way down here. Hmm. Okay, it looks fine. We'll try 20 and see if it does like 40 or something. Or if it still straight kills me, because if it straight kills me, then we have a different problem. If it does 40, then it's just triggering twice. It shouldn't be possible because the print strings are only showing once. Which means it's running the code one time. You can tell my computer hates what's going on right now. It's very laggy. Here I'm only taking 20. That's interesting because it's playing out like I only have 80 health. Because it took 4 hits to take me out that time. So it's 80. But I should have 100 health. Which makes me believe one of them somehow hit twice, but we only saw the numbers for 4 of them. Hopefully it's not hitting twice. Even the one reporting damage on the player would report if like a weapon hit her or something. It would always report every single thing that hit. So well, that's just it. Like if it triggered twice, it would have ran through the print strings twice on that. But it didn't do that. It only did 4 different total hits, and she hit me 4 times. Oh, thanks for the sub, Zazojo. Over on the YouTubes. It's nice. Trying to solve the mystery here of this thing here. I'm gonna have it report her health after the fact because it seems like her health is just quite literally not right. Call on healed. Is there a call on healed? Is it doing something else I need to know about? Find references to call on healed. Why does it have that? Where I got rid of that. I'm gonna remove that. Someone's like, you should use event dispatchers. No, I don't wanna. Don't wanna. Yeah, that's the strange thing. Like, they should work. I tested them and everything. And they don't. Running through Streamlabs for the things. I wonder if it's like we were needing to some sort of authorization thing, because as soon as I got affiliate on Twitch, they stopped working. But that shouldn't be the case, because the alert box is just a web thingy that checks to see whenever it's reported that a sub happens. I don't know, I'm gonna have to go and look and see, because something seems really bizarrely off with that. But the good news is that there's also just built-in Twitch things that they will there's like a Twitch alert box. And they'll give me 2 more bonus animated emojis if I use it. Oh. Well, thanks for the sub, Simsbury. Oh, yes. I didn't even notice. Yeah, that's terrible. Wow. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. I even had a special sub thingy for it and everything. I was like, I will get them working. At least the emojis work, I think. Do they work? I hope they work. Should. They just approved a bunch of them, I think. Let's check. Did they finally approve the others? They still have to. Actually, they approved all the animated ones. That's one of them. Awesome. Yeah, it's funny because it was actual perfectly. Do they? Oh my god, that's insane. That's so cool. Now, I wonder if that's how it works. I'm curious now. Oh, I can't check the. Okay. So I can't check the actual amount it gives, because that'd be like the infinite money hack. If you got more cash for it than it costs in that location. Like, all right, I'm sending you money to sub to everyone possible. That would be so awkward and weird. Yeah, I don't think it works like that. They probably give me a percentage of whatever you paid. And I think the percentage is less than half. Being like a new affiliate. It's not much less than half though, but I think it's like less than half. But I also think that it's actually more than half. It's just that they take out a bunch for taxes. And maybe you get the tax money back later. But it turns out that's awesome. Because you know what that really means? I get 10 of those. I get more emojis. Doesn't matter if it costs like 5 cents wherever you're at. Twitch does not check that. Twitch checks the other. Yeah, I did a tax interview, but I am a U.S. citizen, so that kind of makes it easy to figure out. As far as I know, you just have to fill in what you got. Depending upon your country, you might not be able to get paid, but I don't know if that's true, because I know they can pay you through PayPal. PayPal is pretty much... Well, there's some places in Africa that don't... PayPal doesn't work that I've heard so far. Well, I haven't heard of many. You'd have to check on your country. I know they do direct bank things, too. And it's $100 minimum to get a payout. At least from what I saw. It might be different in your country, though. But the tax interviews are really short. Like, I've done some ridiculous tax interviews where I'm just like, all right, well, this is like doing my taxes. But this one was just like, it's basically the same page twice, and the page is like 1 page. And I think it took me like 5 minutes to do it. Most of which was me running to my room to get some numbers that I didn't have on hand. Because I was like, okay, well, while I'm in the streaming room, we're going to make, where I have all this tax information, okay. Yeah, it should be pretty easy. But be prepared for It's take a long time before you get paid. Just judging by what they pay for ads and the like and everything. But take it with a grain of salt, because I have exactly 1 day of information on how much they paid for that day to go by. That's not enough information to go on. It's really not. Just saying. Let's get the player stats here. I should just oh no, it's find. Find health. Well, this is on damage. What am I doing anyway? Dumb. Go up here. Find health. Print string the health. One can be light blue, I guess. I would be surprised. I mean, the game dev community is really supportive and everything like that. I mean, I don't really care if people sub to me. I think it's awesome if you do, and thank you for doing it. Just being here to chat with me is all I really want. And I mean, you know, you don't got to do anything. It's just cool. Have people to chat with. And doing my hobby, the hobby until I make money off it, then it's a job. But the IRS definition of a hobby, that's how the taxes work here. Did you make money off it? Okay, it's a job. You did? Okay, it's a hobby. 80. Sure. Hit me. 60. Sure. 40. Seems not great. Yeah, just getting the followers to get the emojis is great. The hard thing to get, actually really wasn't that hard because of the people rating. Like, you know, if I see someone on, I try to help them out by, you know, rating them, because the hard thing to get was, actually hard thing for me is followers, but you have to have the concurrent watchers too. Which is, you need like 3 concurrent watchers average. Which actually got pretty easy because, at least for me, computer raids, because people liked what I was doing. Also the time of day you do it, because by the time I would log off, I'd have way more people than when I started. I've had pretty solid throughout the night of, like, you know, 15 plus people. Not many people talking, but it's fine. So, you know, if people find what you're doing interesting, that helps a lot. And then chatting with them, like, that's why I don't mind, you know, getting derailed, because chatting with you guys is, like, you know, that's the point of being a streamer. I mean, you have to like talking to people, and I love talking to people, so I'll talk all day. Maybe I get something done, whatever. I probably will, but there's plenty of points where there's just no one around, well, no one talking, in which case I get a lot done. So when there's people around to talk with, I tend to talk more with them, because why not, you know? What if there was a fundamental flaw in how I was applying damage last time? Oh yeah, bot. Even did it twice, like 3 times. Really? Really? No, some people. Some people's children. Read all those. Yeah, I mean, after a while, like, early on, especially when I had no one, I would reply back to the message. Just because I get into a philosophical conversation, because I just get bored, but, you know, It's fine if you post it like once. The multiple times seems kind of ridiculous to me. 80, 100, 60, 40. Print string. I mean, I'm gonna save that real fast. I want to count some things real quick, and it's gonna fade out. I found a great plugin to do fade outs. It's awesome. That's fair. I'll talk all day, then I'll come home and talk on stream. And by the end of the week, some guy's like, "You should sing," and I'm like, "Man, my voice is like halfway to not even there at this point. I ain't singing nothing. I'm just trying to keep it going." I don't know if streaming becomes more of a thing. I'll stream way more often. Like, I mean, I'm already streaming like, well, I promised 20 hours a week, but the reality of the matter is I keep streaming well past that, and it's probably a lot more streaming than I should do given my regular job, but I have fun with it, so I don't care. I'm only at 3 hours and 22 minutes right now, so we're still well within. And the YouTube watch thing is so funny. I get a sub on there, and literally the person's left almost immediately. I guess they just want to check back later. They're like, one day he'll release his game. It's on him or her. Maybe I'll release it. I will eventually release it. Yeah, I'm probably going to rely heavily on people in the Discord to do balancing. All right, so player damage happened there. Minus 20, sure, that looks fine. Player damage happened there, minus 20, that looks fine. Player damage happened here. So minus 20 looks fine. Player damage happened there, minus 20, and I died. Huh. So I'm assuming that the check for death is wrong. Right? But this is a less than or equal to 0. So if this plus that is less than or equal to 0, it's supposed to kill the player. Yeah. That's the total health and the health afterwards. There's no point in this thing here. Except for to check, see if it's true or not. Yes. Funny colors everywhere. This one can just be white. White's such a rare color for me to use. Oh. It gets a little harder at this point, but I mean, a lot of it's pretty easy. It's just following a line. And in this case, this is presenting an input that's an amount. Sure. I'm just setting the variable, the amount, for later, so I don't have to, you know, continuously drag these lines over. Because you could drag this line to connect to whatever and get the amount. But it gets really messy if you drag it like way over here or something. I don't want to do that. So I set it to this so I can get the variable later. This is just a print string. I'm just dragging this amount into the print string. But it prints a string. It doesn't print a, you know, float. So it converts it for me. That's what that is. This is just checking the amount, see if it's less than 0. And then, which, I have a previous thing that turns it into a negative, so it's adding a negative to it. And then from there, it decides simple branch, the if or not. If true, it's going to do all this stuff. If false, it does this stuff. Pretty easy if statement there. These are, this is a weird way of doing things. These are map variable, which basically is just a variable with two values, what you categorize something as, usually a string, and then a value associated to it. They're like objects in JavaScript. Key value pair, there you go. Same concept. I mean, once you know a programming language, this will be really easy to pick up because it's really just a visual representation of generic programming. It's nothing too complicated. I mean, I made it more complicated, so I could have just used a regular float for these things. But when I'm saving this information, it's easier to save just the player stats than it is to save each individual thing. It's just mostly dragging extra lines. It's messier. Plus, if I want to add a stat, I can just, add on. So. Yeah. There's really nothing special I'm doing. This is about as simple as it gets. The most interesting things here, when I call an event, the player dead event on Poppet, I can click that, it goes to this. When player dead, this happens. There's a lot of code going on in this game. Everything has to be handled, and it takes time to get things to look good. I can make, make or die in short order. I can do these things, but if I want it to look nice and spawn, death thingies and things, like time it well, these are all stuff you got to mess with. But this is not complicated. This is really not. That's why you can quickly get, games prototyped. Yeah. It's I haven't seen like automation coding, but I mean, I'll take your word for it. It probably is just like this. Anyway, I'm now checking that to see. I just think it's applying the information wrong. Like it's killing her if the number would come out 0, but not actually applying the 0. Huh. Boing. Boing. 0. Hit me in the face. False. Wait, and the first one said her end value was 100. It's still 4 hits to kill her, though. The only sucky thing about this fight is I had the characters saying what they were going to say or something along the lines to show when the events are happening, and I was going to have, like, voice acting for letting you know. So let's go over this here. I don't need this. All right, so it's 1 second. So the -20 happened here. That's fine. Up here it says she has 100. Sure. Print's false because she's not dead. And I forgot to reconnect this, so it won't print the next number. Let me reconnect that. I want a real test here. I see. Interesting. Well, not very readable for what I'm. Like, I don't quite get what it's showing, but I guess it maybe makes some sense. Just down the line of just does this, does this, does this, right? Just left to right. Okay, fair enough. No, that's pretty much like that. Hit me in the face. 80, sure. Sure. Still good. Still good. Hit me in the face. Looking good. Yeah, like that does not make sense. Like it just gets to that last one and says, "You dead." There's really no rhyme or reason. Because somehow it is decided that this amount here, um, purple, actually, yeah, this blue here, that 20 is somehow less than or equal to 0. Let me test something here. I'm going to find the player's health here instead of dragging directly over from this. I don't see how this would yield anything different because I'm literally adding it to the player's health. But let's make the assumption that this is what we're doing. Eight-bit calculator, Michael. Now, I swear everyone else has way more programming knowledge than me. I mean, I did JavaScript and this. This is my programming knowledge. JavaScript is a terrible game dev language. That's all I can tell you on that. Terrible. Great for other things, but this is just not a good game. Hit me on the face. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Keep hitting me in the face. Not her, hit me. Do it again. Do it again. There you go. Problem resolved. Somehow it just was applying it weird, I guess, right? Yeah. I mean, the problems I had with it were largely the limitations that are imposed upon it. Like, if there were limitations where they aren't so bad, but you have to use it in a browser. Play your games, which sucks. Even RPG Maker awkwardly would create a little mini browser and package it with that. It was a mini version of Chromium. But then the problem is then you're limited to the resources that the browsers provide per tap, which is restricted by whether or not it would cause lag and anything else. And in practice, what that means is you have around 20 to 40% of the computer's resources at your disposal, which means you're just hating your life for no apparent reason. Because like you have to work so hard to stay under this ridiculous resource requirement that's just so hard to do. And Chaos Boy is just doing things lately. Yeah, it's me used to the front end thing. All right, well, As much as I enjoy being spammed by chaos over and over and over, it was funny like maybe once a night, but it's not really funny when it's like, you know, 5 times. Just banned him. I don't really want to punish anybody else. It's not like it's that annoying. I mean, I'll just ban him. It's totally fine. Ban him. And then there's no worries. As opposed to, you know, like I want people to chat and do whatever. I mean, I ain't too worried about it. This solves my problem. Because we had all the things here and I got sidetracked. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, that's fair. I know it's not a human, it's a bot. Um, but again, like, it doesn't take that much effort for me to just occasionally block it. And I don't really want to limit you guys to, you know, just because of that idiot. I don't, because of a bad actor. Really. So, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. I can get rid of all these stupid thingies there because it literally was just applying it in a weird way. Problem solved. I figured it was doing something bizarre in how it was applying things. It just didn't make sense otherwise. But I should probably thank the bot because, you know, I get my first opportunity to ban somebody. And I didn't even know how to do that until just a moment ago. So if I start getting enough chatters, you know, maybe I'll appoint some mods or something. I'll learn how to do that. But that's a lot of expectations there. And I'm not expecting that. I mean, it's not like I'm, you know, so beset by people chatting that I can't look over and occasionally ban somebody. Oh, nice. I'll appreciate that. But not much point in modding people at the moment because I don't even have any mods in my Discord yet. Slowly but surely collecting people there. But there's only 28 of us at the moment. Maybe at some point I'll pick one out. Eh. So I need to I'm gonna put this thing back where it was there. I don't think I want that there. I prefer to keep everything at the end of these chains to make it easier to keep track of. And then also on Poppet there was air damaged, I believe is where I put it. Yeah. The only downside of print strings is having to remember where they're all at. So it's better to get rid of them quickly. You don't have to remember where they're all at. Okay, so we should also play a sound effect as well. I don't have a lot of good sound effects, but wait for a second because I'm standing on them a lot and they're less happy with me for it, but that's okay. Standing one place too long. Find a sound. Music, voices. I think I have a crap sound thingy. What was it called? Every time I move these into like a specialized thing, what happens is then I'll go to reinstall it or do some like update, or it'll have some problem. It can't find things. It's weird. Like I hate moving them because if I move them, they just get angry at me. I end up putting them all kind of in where they're at, but it makes me want to have less stuff because it's hard to organize them. Audio is where I put it. Fair enough. its ultimate SFX will likely have something. Impact sweeps. Ooh. If I can hear him. Maybe. Oh, Godzilla. Probably not. Oof. Samurai. There's all sorts of stuff there. Anyway, those are like a lot of. The classic I was expecting. Maybe we'll try this one. I just need AQ. It doesn't really matter. As long as it's passable. I can always change stuff later. Either way. I'm going to, on completed, probably do this. So let's just migrate everything over here. I should just place out a location, right? Sure. I just have a generic sound attenuation. All right. I'm going to do a quick change here. That's fine. Those are okay. Let's add to the Z a bit. Let's really throw me a bit more, huh? A little harder. Hard. That's fair. A lot of times, you know, it really, it's not about the most efficient, fastest way of doing things. It's actually about delaying things and timing things correctly and stuff like that so that it's a good player experience. Yeah. That's why I test my game as much as I do. I mean, it is all about, like, you know, presentation. If all I want to do is subtract health from the player, that's pretty easy. Push a button, subtract health, not a problem. It's how I subtracted health from the player that makes the game, you know? Like, this just moves the player to the side, but the graphics and the whole making them, you know, transparent is what makes it fun. The launch was slow. That's true. But yeah, that's a little much. Okay, it's a little much, but I think the order of operations here, I'm probably doing this, like, I'm going to damage the player last, you know? So what really needs to happen here is this. And then I need to delay the damage, right? I'm going to run this over here, then damage the player. I'll delay before I can attack again. So honestly, I might delay even more. Just to make it so the player doesn't just get spam smacked around. Like, give them a little time to figure it out, you know? Plus, they gotta land first. So the enemy's just sitting there going, and like the player's like a mile away. It's like, huh? Huh? Like, yeah, just make it interesting, and I can multiply this thing too by a bunch, so make it louder. I use a different particle. I don't know if I like that particle much, but not the worst. Pew. Pew. The things that I do to occupy time while I'm waiting are often the things I end up adding more of to the game because it's more fun. That's way better, right? You see the timing on that? It's not quite there, but hit me in the face. See how much better that is? I mean, I'm somehow not dead, but I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm gonna ruse the force. It's more of just, you know, I can't know what the force is in advance. Like, I mean, just saying, okay, we'll add this to that and multiply that. I don't really know what that's gonna look like until I put some numbers in here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get player velocity. Actually, target actor velocity. I'm doing this slightly different. It's the player. No, that will not do what I want it to do. This is where I need to write some additional code into the launch. Where's the launch target? Launch Poppet away from actor. Wait a minute, this might be better. I had a simple one for launchers, which just launch character. Do I want to use this? I'll just make it simple. I don't get anything special. Let's just do launch here. Target is BPI launcher. One moment, please. One moment, please. Image out. Yeah, pretty much. All right, so what I want to do, I'm going to make this more useful for what it is here. Launch character. Can I do this? Can I make a custom event in here? I didn't need the stuff thingy either. Convert function to event. API launch. So if it's greater than 0, get the branch. Make custom event here. Call this. Call this time till impact. Time till impact. Okay, so if it's greater than 0, we'll call this. You can use get velocity, actually actor velocity. Get velocity. Sure. This is less than or equal to, actually, need amount here. Weird. Can I not do that? Just list them? Usually let you connect them. How to do this before? I'm blanking on what the name of what I'm looking for, but I can find it. Because I used it somewhere else, the exact code I'm looking for. And rather than figuring it out manually, I don't want to do that. Get velocity, vector length. Okay, I didn't type vector length. I typed get vector. Okay, that's what I was looking for. I'm stupid. Okay, so what I'm looking for here, well, less than or equal, and this idea started off at less than or equal to 10. That's, I'll do like 5 or something. We don't want to do completely 0, but you know, it'll be a low number here. So branch. I have a damage amount. Let me make certain that damage amount is not being used somewhere else, just so I don't do something stupid. Do promote, I don't want it. All right, find the references to this, just to be certain it's not a number that I'm intentionally setting in advance. Okay, yeah, set damage amount. Player damaged, sure. Yeah, okay. That's the number we're using anyway. So nothing special. I just was a little concerned that I was going to do something stupid. Oh, I did it myself. I can show you in a second. Let me do this thing I was doing really fast, and then I'll do that. Where did it get added? Where is launch? Oh, it's on the big graph. That's so stupid. Get off the big graph. No, you. Move on the system graph. Okay, undo. Apparently it's not going to copy paste because it's being stupid. Whatever, I'll finish this in a second. Go ahead and just set damage amount here. I don't want to get sidetracked on something else and then have to remember what I was about to put in here, so that's why I'll show you in a second how I did it. All right, so time till impact here. The plan is this. If true, all player damaged. I can just call the function. Do I need an actor doing damage? Does it matter? It might. Where's Vu at? I need one more. I don't recall exactly how I wrote this, but I have learned it's much easier to just go with the flow. All right, so if this amount is higher, in this case, the amount is going to be just literally set damage amount, right? So I'm pretty certain. It was set way up here, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, damage amount. Perfect. All right, so what we're going to do is a plan here. Where? Get damage amount. And then actor doing damage is just self. So I just get a reference. Itself. So the trick you're going to do here is because this can't, unless I'm going to create a loop that keeps checking the player's position and like its velocity, it won't really going to work that well here. So what we're going to do is, I guess I'm promoting this to a thing here. We have another actor. The actor doing damage is perfectly fine. Promote them both to variables. So if false, continue to run. Actually, don't do anything. If false, you don't have to do anything at all. On time till impact here, hit velocity, blah, blah, blah. Damage player here. This is where I need actor doing damage. And then the damage amount. Okay. This, dump this in here, self, because it's literally Poppet. So if it's true to this, I should impose a tiny delay. Otherwise, this goes infinite. The tiny delay is this. Sure. And if it fails, come on, connect up. Got this. Just run time till impact again. What this will do is it'll, if the damage is actually figured in, like if there's any kind of damage that's greater than 0, it starts time till impact. And time till impact will just simply continuously run until Poppet's velocity hits less than 5, in which case it will apply damage. Let's give her a test. I love interfaces. Never cast anything. Use interfaces for everything. I guess there's event dispatchers too, but those just seem more complicated than just using interfaces. I mean, you can do whatever you want. There's so many ways to get to, you know, from point A to point B in Unreal. Or just in coding in general. You hit me on the face. Do it. I think I might set it to 0. Because it actually, she hit the ceiling, which that's probably part of the problem. She hit the ceiling, so maybe I reduced the launch. But she did technically stop. Like, it's not a lie. She stopped. Nice, nice. Almost off work. Perfect, perfect. But then you won't watch me stream anymore. Terrible. You being at work is great for my stream. Yay! Woohoo! Hit me on the first! You know, I think I might change this. This might go infinite though. I don't think it does, but just to double check. Let's run this over here till time till impact. So on the loop, it checks again. And I might just do 0.1. It doesn't need to be very long, you know? Nice. Yes, yes, everyone will lurk. Twitch is so much better than YouTube. YouTube has like nobody watching. I did get a whole sub today on YouTube, but so what? Like, I mean, that's cool. I love the people that support me, but YouTube just doesn't send traffic your way. It is hard. Okay, so she hit me. It still applies really badly. That was no better. I think it's actually slightly worse. Let's do it this way again. 0.2. I'll keep reducing her launch until it's not ridiculous, basically, is what I'm hearing. It's just throwing me. And I don't want to get launched out of the area. But we'll make it way less, because getting launched over the fence thingy would screw the whole fight up. So I don't want that. That's true. I mean, if you're already popular, YouTube's got your back on that, but I should probably make videos on YouTube. But then I also want to do game dev. The difference between streaming and making videos is I'm working on the game. Like, this requires so much less additional effort that doesn't involve working on the game. I'd rather do this than make YouTube videos. That was a little better. Still too high. It doesn't really knock me back, so it'd be pretty hard to knock me out of the thing, but I could I don't even know what kind of an edit I'd make that's interesting, maybe. But it all takes a lot of time to go back through hours and hours of streaming to try to find enough stuff to make a good video, you know? Like, it's not a free roll, you know? Like, that's all, those are hours and hours and hours that could be put towards making the game. You know what effort I do to this? I literally turn the stream on and post the links in places. I got to do some back end stuff, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, it takes forever. I mean, YouTube's got backups of all my streams. There's at least that going for. I may switch out to streaming it on Rumble or something. You know what it takes to get monetized on Rumble? Oh, wait, it doesn't take anything. That's right. You're automatically monetized on Rumble. I mean, I guess you got to fill out whatever tax information, but there's no requirements. YouTube. YouTube. I would say it gives you additional eyes on your stuff, but does it? Doesn't seem to. Doesn't seem to indeed. No. Not at all. So, yeah. I'll think about it. I mean, I guess being more of an influencer is a thing I should be doing, because if I'm going to be a streamer, you know, like a regular streamer, then I probably need to, promote things like ever. I'm pretty bad at promotion. I just like working on game things, and that was the whole point of doing this, so I could work on game stuff. I'm like, ooh, games. That's all I wanted. But I like chatting with people, and I found streaming to be fun. It was never the original plan. And I'm just like, maybe I should do something here. Deactivate that, seems fine. I guess I could reduce the timing on this, because it no longer matters on... Oh, wait. Wait a second. I don't need to call that anymore. Don't call this. We'll call you. But it's already damaging the player, so... That's fair. I considered playing some games on stream, but the thing is I don't really have enough of a following, I think, for that. I've tried it before on YouTube and I got nobody, but that was just because I wanted to play a game that inspired me versus anything else, and not like I don't want to do regular game dev streams. Oh, sorry, regular game playing streams, but that worked pretty well right there. It's still launching me too high. Yeah. Well, I mean, at some point I'm going to play Alice Madness Returns on stream, because, I mean, if there was ever a heavy inspiration for this game. I've never actually played through Little Nightmares. Well, actually, that's wrong. I played through the mobile Little Nightmares. There's actually 2 Little Nightmares, and the mobile one was more of a puzzle game. It's actually fun. It had some horror moments, but I never played through the other one. I think it's because I got it for free on Steam, but at the time my graphics card couldn't run it, and I forgot to ever play it. I just like the idea of it. I like these little tiny world things. I like weird horror things and creepypastas and stuff about dolls. So. We'll see. I mean, if people are watching, I love to chat, so people go, you should do this. I thought about playing other people's games, like, you know, like testing game devs, you know, games on stream too. Just because getting someone to play a game on stream is pretty cool, really. But we'll see if people want me to do that. If not, I mean, I'm happy to work on my game. It's not like I feel bad working on my game. At no point I'm like, oh, damn, I gotta work on my game. I'm not sad about that. This is still like super heavy launching. Crazy. Like, I just wanted to get launched into the air, but I don't really want her to hit the ceiling. I just kind of want it to be enough of a launch that it looks like it's pretty rough, you know? Admittedly, hitting the ceiling does look like it would hurt really bad. Hit me in the face! Do it! Hit me in the face! That was less. Really? And I love working on my games. Even if the game sucks, I'm happy. Well, to be fair, I only make games I have fun with, too. That's why I test things. Like, if I don't find it fun, I don't think anyone else is going to find it fun. So I make games for myself first, and, you know, if I'm having a great time. But I think that, yeah. Well, like I say, as I was saying earlier, don't jump between games. Pick a game and stay with it, because people are going to want to watch your story on how you got to the end. And the longer you work on a game, the more impressive it will look. So it's only helpful to your stream to make it keep working on the same game. Now, if you think your idea is just complete trash and it's just something you don't care about, and you barely any time into it, okay, go ahead and make a game you really want to make. But then stick to it. Don't change. Don't keep changing over and over. Because, I mean, I came from the RPG Maker community, and let me tell you about how the hobbyist mindset went. Those people they liked the beginning portion of the game. They liked like the very beginning, the idea of the game, but they would never get to the nitty gritty of the game. The hard part, the stuff that makes, you know, the content, the part that nobody wanted, they would reach a point where they didn't like, and they would stop and start another to do the part they liked. There's stuff in game dev I don't like. Yeah, exactly. It's very relatable. Plenty of people. I've had failed projects. Usually the reason why the project failed was because it had no direction. I liked it, but I was like, where am I even going with it? What was the point? And that was my big problem. A lot of times it's just like, just stick to it. So the mentality I like is the game jam mentality. It's got to be done by this time. I'm going to keep working on it and get it done. As opposed to the hobbyist mentality, you know. I guess you could go with the actual, you know, it's my job mentality, but this isn't my job, so I can't even really ascribe to what that's like, other than those people are just like, I gotta make money. I mean, I'm here to live my dream here, basically. I make the game I want to make. I still have something of a hobbyist mentality in that world. I'm not here to... It's not about making the money on the game. It's not about the cold hard cash, because I have a job. I don't need the money immediately or anything like that, you know. One of the reasons why I can only stream so much, I have a job. So I can spend the time to make the game I want. And hopefully everyone else enjoys the ride getting there, right? Totally fine with me. But you should like your game. And even if you don't like your game, you should never say you don't like your game to anybody else. Because that's terrible advertisement. Oh, never mind. Oh, QF Lids followed me 43 minutes ago. Well, thanks for following me. I didn't, the stupid, alerts are broken. So if you're still watching, thanks for the follow. I should double check that more often. I'm so used to having the alerts. I'm not used to not having the alerts. The worst. But yeah, like, there's a guy in the RPG Maker community who's been a game dev for 30 years and has never released a game. You're always doing better than that guy. You're always doing better than that guy. Oh, yeah. Let's magnify this by a bit less. Yes. This launch is so heavy. I can't imagine why it's this heavy. I didn't think I was multiplying it by that much. I mean, there you go. You did better than the other guy. I've done some Game Jam games. I mean, I didn't like them. I did some prototypes of other games. Didn't like them. I took them down because I didn't like them. But I also learned, especially like watching some streamers play my prototypes. I was like, you know, they're right. I spent all this time while making my game look good, and I forgot that I needed something called gameplay. You need to make your game do something, you know? So this game focuses more on gameplay. Okay, what is that wimpy crap? Like, the difference here between 100 and like 10 is like astronomical, right? Maybe I changed two numbers, didn't notice. Yeah, like, and this, like, you know, it's just, I've included, like, I haven't really bothered with story. Don't care. I've started adding all these, like, mechanics, like, you know, things for you to do. Like, who was it? I think it was, like, Thomas Brush, who was just saying that, you know, it's like putting a toilet in a game. Like, if you put a toilet in a game, people want to flush it. And now you got to make it flush it. This has nothing to do with your gameplay. It's just something you put in because people want to do it. It's just little time-wasting things that people like. That's it. Like, you know, this is little things. I think it hit twice. Yeah, I'm multiplying the velocity. I'm multiplying the end result here. I could add 50 after the fact or something like that just to give a bit of a launch to it. I do want her to get launched a bit. Yeah, I got the forward vector of her projectile arrow, which maybe not the best forward vector. Probably get a better one. 1 second. I'm just trying to get, like, I want to get launched pretty good, but I don't want to get launched over these fences. You know? Like, look at the difference in that. The difference between 50 and 100. That's almost okay. Actually, oh, this will easily get me over that. That's too high. Yeah. Maybe I do like 15 to see where that puts me. My creative helper here. ALL. It's 4:31 a.m. here, so you know. It's okay if I drink. Hit me in the face. Do it. That's probably fine. I don't even hate it. I take damage when I hit the ground. That didn't kill me though. Can't even see. I got shot. Fair enough. That's fair. Well, the problem is I probably need to multiply this to make it go farther backwards, but if I do that, I'm gonna have to reduce that. Like, I could do, like, you know, 150 backwards. Well, I get the feeling this should probably be 10 if I do that. Maybe not. Oh, the Z-axis. You can change it up if you want, but if you just use the generic level, the Z-axis. Well, I'm adding to it because I got tired of her just basically being stuck to the ground for doing the thing. Hit me in the face. Do it. That wasn't too bad. Bit laggy, but that's just because I'm streaming too. Hit me in the face. Perfect. That's what I wanted. The splat. That's what I needed in life. That was what I wanted. I would hit the ground and I don't get out much, okay? Yeah, I'm feeling good about this spot. Like, I feel pretty good about this setup. Like, it seems good. There should probably be more of a telegraph, though, right? That's the only thing I'm not so certain on. Well, actually, the other thing is just how far is it really triggering, too? Like, this might not be a good distance to even damage the player at. Then I got to get this distance pretty close to where it needs to be. Let's start simple. We'll start with like 1,000 because I want the player to be within, like, you know, actual smack range to do this, not the other. I could attach a weapon to her hand. I don't know about that though, because I want a shockwave. I don't want to have her hand hit something. I mean, I guess I could attach like a collision sphere there, but I think a distance calculation is fine. That easily still hits me. How about over here? And I get away from it. Hard to do. Okay, so that does work. I can get away from it. Too slow that time. I didn't even take damage that time, did I? I did finally. Alright. Very hard to damage. Very hard to get away with, okay. That's too far. Like, I'm really too far away. Because even doing the thing back, I should have been out of range, and I wasn't. How can I make this look better? I want to telegraph that it's coming. I don't want the player to have no hope of getting out of the way. You know, I might play this at a slightly slower rate intentionally. So you can get, because I was sitting there trying to do the thing quick enough to get out of the way, and I was pretty certain I was able to get out of the way. But you should have enough time to see it and be able to respond. It's not a fair attack if the player has no hope of responding or can statistically only occasionally respond because it's too quick. Like, it's not about killing the player. It's about making the player feel like, you know, they're really good at the game because they managed to click the button at the right time to avoid the attack, you know? So, that's what I was talking about where I said the game wasn't that finished. It's about making it feel good to play. You know? The little things. Okay. I didn't do the button fast enough. That's my fault. But I saw it. See? But I can still get hit by it. Yeah, that's not a good enough distance. It should be... Well, it's okay, but I think it needs to be a little longer distance. Because I don't want you to be able to just, like, walk out of it. Because that's pretty lame if you could just walk out of it. I know Poppet's actually faster than I think she should be, and I probably should slow her down. But I think that there's kind of a Like, I want you to dodge out of it, you know? I really have to do something, like click some buttons to get out of the way. You know, just cause. It's probably a good idea. Oh, I forgot to tell Curve I had the how I did the weapon thingy. I got sidetracked. Sorry. If you're still about, I'll show you. Oh. Oh, interesting. Wait, so... Oh, you can break out of it. Oh, that's... I need to block this. This should not be okay. Because if I do this... I do take damage there. Okay. I need to restrict this from being in the air, because this is a double jump. And it should not be possible. Alright, so... Before I get sidetracked again... I often do... It's not even stop input. I just don't want the dodge mechanic to work in the sky. Like, I don't care if you get hit and you can do things like that. Like, that's fine. I'll let you move around, sure. But I mostly just need them to, you know. Because I want the actual landing to look like what damages you. Which is funny, because all damage isn't even in the game, but whatever. Alright, so anyway. The system I have for using swapping thingies, overly complicated as it is. Alright, so we're on the event graph here. So my system for doing that is tied to the abilities here. I have 1 through, you know, things like that. They pick the current ability position, which I've tied to the keys. I'll show you this in a second. And then, you know, this is going to be one complicated system. This checks the abilities that are currently selected, which I had these defaulted here, against their position. And then that says a currently activated ability. Okay. If that's not equal to the previous ability, because I want to be able to turn things off, then I unequip a weapon. Yeah, I think I'm sorry. If it's not equal to that, then I set the new previous ability, and then I unequip the previous weapon. Unequip weapon basically just says, hey, if there's a weapon HUD, which that's the little crap I'm putting on the screen, so that then get rid of it. Set the player to unarmed, because I use overlay states for the animations. And then if there's a currently equipped weapon, destroy it. Once we've done that, I go to my name array for tarot cards. I have all of them here. Find its array position, which I'll say, yeah, that's all set there in a second. Delay, and then I go to equip weapon for the currently active ability. See where this is ridiculous here. Mostly just a switch on string here. If the weapon's valid, then I have some options here, but if it's not valid, then these are how I equip them. I just set the overlay state to whichever animation setup I have. Tell the weapon class to equip. Where it goes, I have sockets on the player for each place it goes to. I create a full widget here, which is the weapon here, or the hanged man, or whichever, the magician, whatever. Or I create the HUD for it, my bad. This is the HUD for it. Save that, and then add that to the viewport. And then I get all the way over here, and I can skip all that, and mostly, if there's a currently equipped weapon, I'll just, you know, spawn the actor here, get the world transform of that, and set that, and then attach actor to component. Really? Like, you don't need half these steps. Here's the steps you need to do. You spawn the actor to, you know, whatever weapon you want to do, whatever actor, anything like that. You spawn it wherever you want. I usually keep a record of it. And then you attach actor to component and you give it a socket. That's what you need to do it. This other stuff here is just part of my system, which makes it complicated. Like I have like a weapon owner, and this tells the weapon who owns it. So then the weapon can go, okay, well, when referencing, you know, the actor wielding me, what damage do they have? Things like that. Like I have things like that in there. And I have checks to see if you're unequipping it or if you want to, you know, switch to another weapon, or if you're just unequipping the weapon just because you don't want it out for some reason. Which doesn't seem very necessary anymore, because originally, like, some of the weapons had different movement speeds, but I took that out because it was. I probably don't need that, but I didn't get rid of it. The system for assigning things is somewhat complicated because I have all those stuff there. Like I assign it to the various weapons, things like that. But oh yeah, this will get into my pause menu and everything like that. But basically, there's a thing in the HUD. When you click it, it basically calls upon Poppet and sends this information to her, the character to equip, the button that has it, and then the position in the array for it. It takes the ability selected, which are the 4 things there, button equipment like that, and it adds them there. So basically just adds this thing here. And then this mattered for something. I don't remember what it was offhand. I haven't checked this in forever. It just adds it to that. And then the action buttons are what decide things. I can have a can't act check, a block actions check, if the weapon is actually currently active. And then it uses a terror ability, just do once. Here are the terror abilities. I just switch on the string, have one for each of these, and just say, yep, this is the one, and I have an event for each and every one of them made. Ready? And I had that for... I have too many things open. Where is it at? System graph right there, sure. I have one for the right mouse button, left mouse button, and a super button, which I also map to the controller too. I just call them that, but that's not. The controller has the option to map to whatever. Pretty convoluted. The system is complicated. Firewhite has some bugs in it. I tried to fix a lot of the bugs too. Largely, it's just spawn the actor you want, keep track of it, attach it to wherever you want on the character, and then when you click the next spawn thing, destroy the previous one and equip the new one. That's why you keep track of it. You just go, okay, well, destroy that one anyway. You can just do the same weapon if you want. Let me show you how sockets worked. Let's look at let's look at Poppet, because Poppet's got all the sockets. She's a complicated girl in a complicated world. The Poppet doll, here we go. Poppet's hair spawns in, she's bald normally. And this, all right, let's talk about Poppet. Click over on her skeleton. I don't even know why I have this toolbox thing open. I'm sure there was some point for it. I think I was going to try the modeling tools. I don't need those. I'm not going to model. She has morph targets. It actually makes her more attractive. You could give her a larger chest. Don't worry about it. But I actually, because she's a female character, I actually had to, you know, include like breast modifiers because of the issues it was having with clothing being messed up. So I could change sizes and things because of that problem. Dumb things here. So yeah. I created things there like the hanged man socket, the sucker socket, you know, like, so you know where to equip it. And like, basically it's just a socket. Like you can right click on these things and be like, okay, well, I'm going to add a socket. Okay. And then I have the socket wherever I want. Now I just move the socket where I want to. And now that's where it'll equip to. And I can also add a preview asset. Probably not that. Let's add a hat. That's a big hat. Okay, well, it's equipped to the big hat. How happy are you that this hat is here? Hey, Trevin, how's it going? Oh, thanks. I'm just showing him how the sockets work. This is a preview asset. So now when she equips a thing like that, it would be like right there, and I can just move it around. You don't have to use a preview asset, but it's kind of fun. You can rotate it too. Nice, nice. We're going over pointless things. Well, not really pointless, but useful things, actually, on how to do these things. Yeah, that's how you do it. And then when you go to attach it, where is it at? Oh, nice. Oh, thanks for the raid, Fox. Nice, nice. Yeah, then you just take that socket, and when you attach that component, just select that socket. You can type it in if you want, like where I have this here, like you could have just typed it in instead of having what I'm doing here. I set a variable so this way I don't have to, because you see over here I have a whole bunch of them. I don't want to drag this all the way over, so I just set a variable. Oh, thanks, Fox. You made me blush. You teared my eye. I'm going over just explaining how I was equipping weapons and things like that, because, well, you know, I'm being all educational and stuff. Oh. Also hat. Big hat. But yeah, now you know. I'll remove all the attached assets because I don't need a preview asset and I don't need the socket, but yeah, delete socket. I get morph targets for her too. Important morph targets. Can't even tell now, can you? Even show? Oh, it does. Main page. Important things. Yes. And desire people. Ooh. Desire's kind of weak. Oh, that doesn't look very desirable. Oh, that's because that paint is on. No wonder I couldn't tell. Oh. Why does it keep keeping this one up there? Stop that. It's actually supposed, like, I actually had to give her, like, larger breasts than this, too, because they're stupid, I had to change it because I kept going through her outfit. But in the actual game, she's actually more talented than this. I think it's something like this or something. Yeah, you can enlarge them. This is the important thing. You should add this to every game, by the way. Just so you know. Just in case you want to change her up. But no, I kept going through her outfit, so I included these stupid thingies because they kept getting in the way. I was like, this is so annoying. I don't want to keep importing this dumb model. That's right, the more talented version. Like, female characters suck to work with because if you look, they have all these curves which get in the way of outfits like crazy. And they go through everything, and it's just a not safe for work waiting to happen. Yeah. Yes. She doesn't have her hair on her, but that's okay. She's not an ugly character. She has her moments. Problem is that her skin's kind of dark because she's a patchwork doll. And that is terrible for dark lighting. Can't see her very well. If she were a porcelain doll, she'd be a lot easier to see. It looks really bad as a porcelain doll. I tested it. Pretty much, yeah. I've spent a lot of time messing with the stupid clothing things. to get them to work right, like for a skirt and things like that. This one doesn't have as much there. Like sometimes I even bother to do these, but I didn't bother. Her hair is completely separate. Oh my. Well, sometimes, you know, I don't question what people do in their free time. I play with dolls in my free time. Oh my. Yes, I do. Yes, yes indeed. And I actually have a render of Poppet with her hair. Good. Hmm. I did. Well, she's not wearing the right outfit. Did I not render in the right outfit? I know I rendered. There is no way I didn't render in the right. That is not a thing that I didn't do. There you go. That's her. I'm trying to get emojis to work. Hey. Emojis. Important. I tried to get a dance for her. Didn't work out very well. So I was just going to have the little thingy shake it back and forth. You know, whatevs. Actually. Did I make a Poppet silly? Oh, I like this one. I thought it was funny to give her funny things instead over her face. Her stuff. Don't worry about it. Make her silly. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Yeah, the googly eyes. I tried to do interchangeable stuff for Poppet. I really did. And I think I have an idea on how to pull it off from Daz. Big problem I'm encountering. Yeah, the googly eyes are important. I might actually give her googly eyes when she's wielding the Fool. Just put them on the character in the game because it's hilarious. I'm just saying that might have to be a thing. Sure. I think it'd be fun. Anyway, as far as the outfits changeable, I was trying to make it work. But the problem is that yeah, pretty much. They don't the Daz dresses don't fit the characters normally. The Daz itself will reshape the outfits to fit the characters. So if I just import an outfit from Daz, it won't fit Poppet. She'll stick out in all the wrong places. It's a not safe for work nightmare. It's terrible. Apparently, though, someone was suggesting that you hide the model itself and you just export the outfit pieces, even though they're already like, you know, equipped to her like that. So what happens is they have the right form. And then I can do kind of what I did with her hair. I mean, very fast. Poppet hair. Poppet hair too. Actually, I just need the hair like that. Got the right Poppet hair. One of them has all the things. There we go. So, in the case of this asset here, yeah, you layer the anims. Sadly, it doesn't work too well on this. You gotta, it's a cloth physics thing there where I have to, there's a way to give the cloth, like, air physics? No. Where was it? Because you get her to reference Poppet herself. Like the collision of Poppet. Or what was that? I did it a while ago. I haven't done it since because, well, I don't have that many hairs to apply to her. I wanted to give her different hairs though. Clothing properties. Oh, here we go. Under clothing properties, so I had to give the doll assets to her. So then it uses this collision instead of its own. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. So when it spawns in, it literally just, well, in this case, it does it on pop. Not a. I'm just gonna go back to this thing here. Event graph. Event begin play. I put this in the wrong thing here. Blah blah blah. Where is spawn pop here? Oh, it's this one here. Oh yeah, all the morphs here. It actually has a default confused look and a cute look. Oh yeah, the nipples would stick through. I had to turn that off. Stupid, stupid Daz. Like, and Daz, they're not even. They're not. The morph isn't there. Why is it a problem? Don't know. Anyway, yeah, it spawns that there and attaches actor to component in her head socket. And I actually got rid of these. I don't remember what I was doing with this. I was doing something. So yeah. I was trying other hairs for her. There's another one I had, but I had to base it off of like it's not a Daz hair. It's actually, which one are we attaching? Let me 1 second. I have to sneeze a bunch. The hair works, and I'm assuming I'm going to do the outfits the same way. And I just need to test it out because the big thing is I need to get the form fitting correct. Because like I say, when you export from Daz, the big problem so far is they don't match Poppet because, like, you know, if you look at her, well, it's not Poppet. He doesn't exactly have the thing. He's not, he's got quite a bit of a curvature to her, so, you know, I can't get the dress to get quite right on her hips. Problem I've been having for a while. I'll have to go back to and mess with it. Just not quite right, but it doesn't matter right now. But yeah, I just need him to have the same dimensions as Poppet. But it also takes a whole lot of extra effort to go back through and redo all of the collision for Poppet. And I kind of don't want to have to do that right now. Like, I mean, at some point I probably will, but yeah. I don't even have that many outfits that work well because a lot of the outfits from Daz don't even work well in Unreal Engine. They break. I finally settled on borrowing an outfit from another character I'd had that because I couldn't get Poppet's outfit to work right. Like a lot of them, she went through so many outfits. Oh, are you talking about Daz to Unreal? You mean what I'm using? I say because that does make it easier to do, but it doesn't fix the collision. Daz is great. Daz is how I made a lot of characters. It's really good if you don't mind stacking their sails. If you stack their sails, they can be probably the cheapest way you'll ever get to get custom characters that look amazing. If you don't stack their sales, they are grossly overpriced and nobody should ever use them. If you're just doing 2D renders, though, I mean, like that's super cheap. The interactive licenses that are run dry. I'll go into them in a second. Yeah, I'm gonna give that a try. I would try it on stream, but the problem with this is twofold. First off, Daz is a not safe for work nightmare, which would probably get me banned off of Twitch by accident more than not. The other is that that sucks. Sorry to hear that, Shoulder. The other thing is, and this sucks for having you know, an AMD card and a NVIDIA card, is the NVIDIA card is doing the streaming. Daz doesn't like AMD. Oh. You can get it to work, but when you go to do the again, the iRay look to it, the neat look, like that pushing that button is the same as saying I would like to crash my stream now. Like, because it's something like, yeah. Does all this need to be rendered? Like what, in Daz? Like, do I render pictures of it? Like, I just render the full model, sure. You got to do a lot to optimize Daz to go in there, because, you know, if you don't optimize Poppet before she moves over, I mean, I think she's like 800 megabytes if you don't optimize her. Optimize, she's like 300. It's still a lot, but there's still more optimization I'll have to do. At some point, I'm going to have to go through and remove a lot of extra bitmaps that don't need to be there. Looking at the program, I don't quite get what you mean, I think. Yeah. Are you talking about like for Poppet herself in this? Does all of her need to be rendered? Because it, I can definitely hide some things. Like I definitely need to go back through and remove some additional stuff from her that does need to be rendered. I'm not bothering to do that because keep changing the model, so I don't even want to bother to optimize her any more than the like base optimization. Yeah. Oh, I am most certainly. Oh, here's the problem, because I'm using Genesis 8. The way these morons separated out the character, you would think that, okay, wait, like if the torso would be, and like down to like maybe like the hips or something, maybe that would be rendered or something like that. No. On Genesis 8, it's actually everything but the face. Like just the front of the face. Like the whole back of the head is all part of the torso. You can't just hide that. What you got to do is you got to use the geometry editor to go through and wipe out all the crap that's like not safe for work. Or at the very least, go to your textures on the texture for the torso and just erase that part. That's what you need to do. That's a lot of work. I'm not gonna lie, that is a lot of work. And when I go for the final model of Poppet, sure, but I keep changing her, so I'm not gonna waste the time to do that. Like, oh yeah, you have a full model. I mean, Poppet has a full model. She's ready to go. Tink is a full model. Voodoo came from it. Most of the women came from it, to be honest. If you ever need hot women, Dad's got your back. You need ugly women, Dad's got your back on that too. Yes, it does. Yes. It took forever to get a better DreamWorks Pixar type of look out of this than the other. I was making a new attack for her. Got it working. Yeah, I would love to do dad stuff on stream, but like I say, until I get hardware that lets me do it, I can't. I really can't. I can sort of do it. I guess it's incorrect. I can kind of do it. Yeah, I gave her this new attack. Knocks her up there. Still tweaking it a little bit, but A little laggy. Still. I was testing the dodge thing there too, see if we can dodge it. But... oh, good. Can't see anything. I don't know about the sanity thing that we're testing here. I don't like it very much. I just want to splat. Splat me. Splat me. Do it. Splat me. Oh, okay. Well, it didn't even jump me that time. That sucks. I was trying to make it dodgeable. Kind of where I was at. I'm not seeing anything here. Oh, close that up. Yes. But yeah, so far Daz is pretty good. If you're going to use Daz, my advice is stick to the bundles, because the bundles only require one interactive license for the whole bundle. Don't try to get crazy. When I first got into it, you could get interactive licenses for like $5. Now you're lucky to get an interactive license for 20. You need an interactive license for each individual asset. But if you get a bundle, then the bundle has like, 8 assets in it or something, so you can, get it cheaper. I can actually make probably infinite models out of it. It's just the outfits are a problem. And the issue with outfits is that, like, I could get outfits from outside of Daz, but they don't fit the models. They have to be based on, like, the Daz skeleton doesn't match the Unreal skeleton, so you have to... I should do it with their hair. Let me show you this. This is a problem I have here. It's just this one hair here. Let me get the other hair too. Poppet hair too. Yeah. I'll go this here and then open Poppet hair too. And I'll switch to, I think this is the one that's kind of nice here. Might be wrong. This one here I got from a free thingy. Looks pretty good, Not bad. But the problem is it's based on the Unreal skeleton. All that crap, which means that I have never heard of Booth. It is true. These are things I have not heard of. Where was it? What sections? It was like claw physics right here. Yeah, this is based on the rose skeleton. So now I gotta look at this dumb thing. And it has weird physics. Which the rose skeleton, that doesn't even like the rose skeleton. This says that's the skeleton, but it's based on the physics asset of this thing. Which does not match Poppet. Making it really hard to work. Do they? I don't really have any desire to be a VTuber. I mostly need models that work in here, but they also have to match the art style. Like, I've already established an art style. Oh, that's fair. The big problem is making him fit, right? We go to a room that's a little lighter, so I can... Let me run around outside. So why not? Perfect. There's plenty of light outside. Perfect. Thing I need. This took forever to get this out hair to even fit. Where's your hair, lady? Guess I forgot to do something here. Oh, attach actor to component. Oh, I'm sorry. Do that. Perfect. I want to see. A lot of the problem is just getting it to work on the Unreal skeleton, and then to match it to the Daz skeleton and Poppet shape. Yeah, you managed to kill your model. Nice, nice. Yeah, this one works, and the other hairstyle. Go into the ocean, everyone! Yay! Pew. 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 This place is so big. I didn't need to make it this big. That's right, this is a curb on a street, by the way. She's so tiny. I'm not even gonna make it to this street. Probably. Jesus. Yeah, it seems a little big for her. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. It's probably a little too big. People are like, you should run around the city. That'd be fun. Would it? Because look at how much fun this is. It takes 100 years to get anywhere. Yay. Pew. 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 Okay, that's gonna take me a million years. But still. Long time to get anywhere. I kind of like that hair, to be honest. The other one was the iconic hair, so, you know, I'm just saying. Iconic in that it's what I have in Daz, so if I want to do promotional materials, I probably want to stick with the hair I can easily do promotional materials for, and not the hair that I can't. But I am going to have the ability to switch hairs at least. Outfits, we'll see. I don't know about those. It really just comes down to, like, I wish I'd kept a log of all the nightmare outfits I had. Like, where just all the problems. A lot of them might need a censored sign. Because, like, I remember, like, gosh, was that her dress? Half of them have been see-through in various areas, even though they weren't see-through in Daz. Which is weird. Some just completely fall apart. Like, literally, you put cloth physics and they just turn into little pieces, and you're like, what happened? I remember one, oh gosh, there was a character who was originally going to be one of the main characters in the game, and I ended up scrapping the game, but he had like what amounted to like a long black dress. It was just a nice type of dress. Very Alice in Wonderland look, but except for black. And when they made it in Daz, they had actually sectioned the bottom portion of the dress into like 4 pieces. That was 4. Might have been, that was 4. So when I used cloth physics on it, all just fell at her feet. All 4 pieces, because nothing was attached. Welcome to Daz and Unreal. You can fix that with a geometry editor by basically putting them all into the same section. But there's a lot of fixing that needs to go on with Daz. A lot of fixing. Yeah, that's yeah. Mm. You know what I need? Alcohol. I'll be right back. Get to push the add button. Push the add button. I'll be like gone for a minute. Sorry in advance for pushing the add button, but I finally get to push it. So let's see what the plan here was. Plan is to add more waifus. Maybe at some point I'll spring for a better NVIDIA card or something, or maybe a second NVIDIA card so I can use Daz on stream. That'd be awesome. Have to hide all the other stuff that's risque. I don't know if I'm gonna do that. It's like a lot of money. I don't really want to spend money on another graphics card. Not when the other ones work, but I guess I could try the AMD codec and then try the NVIDIA thing. And that's a lot of work to try to use the not safe for work and as thingy. I don't think that's probably worth the time. Mostly because half the time it'd be an Unreal Engine and then I would just get all the screen tearing, which would look terrible, but it would be interesting. Anyway, nobody cares about Rose hair, though I do like this hair. There's like a bunch of hairs on I guess on Fab now. Like whole hair packs, and some of those hairstyles look pretty good. I kind of want to buy one of them. Yeah, stream my. Yeah, and then as soon as I try to launch Unreal, it tries to compile all this stuff, and then it can't because the CPU is being used by the codec thingy. Yeah. Yeah. It'd be interesting to try. Actually, initially when I started streaming on YouTube, I actually was using the reverse. I was actually using the codec to do the streaming, and I was using Daz on stream, but not to do like to do the stuff that could be potentially a problem. Is to make renders because they're making for RPG Maker. Yeah, the fact that I have both, it really changes things. So I've tested both, and like I say, it worked really good for that. But then I noticed when I went back and watched the streams, all the screen tearing. And I mean, I haven't tested it in a long time. It could easily, maybe it got better, but a lot of time and effort to test that. And again, what's the reward? Potentially getting banned for using DAS on stream. Like, I don't know about this reward. It doesn't sound very good. It sounds kind of mediocre reward there. 0 out of 10. Do not want. like. That's pretty much it. Thanks for swinging by, Fox, and for the raid. And I'll have to come pester you tomorrow on your stream. By the time I got home today, I went fell over for 45 minutes and got back up and streamed. I was like, it's like, oh, as I said, I'd be at 10:30. Sleep well, Fox. Alright, so where was I on this? I'm gonna pull these near each other because I don't see any reason to do it this way. Easily move them close. Not that close. I guess I just make her an aggressor on this particular one there. She could just move to target and just start wailing on things. At point blank, I would rather do that. I see. Well, I mean, that works out. A lot of it just comes down to the codec. I found the AMD codec to be significantly less demanding. 100%. So much less demanding. I did not find that to be the case with the NVIDIA codec. No. No. No amount of settings made that thing less demanding at all. There's just night and day difference on how much demand is placed upon your computer for it. But to be fair, DAS can be pretty savage on your CPU too. If you think Unreal can get bad, just wait until you see DAS, take one look at your CPU and make a belch noise and watch as your whole computer crashes. That's about like Daz. I remember there was a hair. I called it the one true hair after, you know, using it, because when you actually activated the iRay mode on, you know, there, it uses 12 gigs of RAM. Right, 12 gigs of VRAM for this one hair. It's a nice looking hair. I don't think it's 12 gigs nice, but it's a nice looking hair. I'm just like, 12 gigs for just the hair? Oh my god. Like, really? Wow. I'm so excited. It looked good. Now you know. 12 gigs. Yes. Yes. Do I ever want this character to jump backwards? I don't think so anymore. I think that we're past jumping backwards. It's possible I want her to close, though, the distance. I mean, she might launch forwards. This is at greater than 500, so I should just need that much of a launch forwards. We'll just divide it up. I'm gonna do it this way so we're a little less ridiculous. I think 2 of these will jump forwards, and one will jump to the sides. I think I like that better. That's fair. Usually UE is really bad when it wants to compile a bunch of crap and then it gets over itself. Like when it's compiling, it just wants to use your CPU. You should just let it, because it'll just take longer to compile if you don't. So, you know, it will try to play friendly. It's not like Daz, where Daz is like, did you run out of VRAM? That's a nice looking processor you got there. And I'm like, you can turn that off, the backup thing like that, but otherwise it'll just eat the whole processor. It doesn't even care. It's, oh, play nice with anyone. I see that. I see that indeed. I had an attack here, and I didn't name it. I had this basic attack, right? What do I call it? Definitely seen my poor computer crash and burn, and had more than a few streams get destroyed by Daz being opened. Oh, it's just attack. Basic attack on there. Oh, yeah, it's just attack. Attack. I don't need the damage amount on this because the damage amount is for purposes of Right. Don't need that. Nice. I'm currently using the 5700. So, not that new, but really haven't found it mattered. The only time my computer ever has real problems is Daz, and that's because Daz refuses to use the AMD card. Otherwise, I have 20 gigs of VRAM on this computer. Not a problem most of the time. But Daz is like, I only see the NVIDIA card. And I'm just like, but, and it's like, I only see. Yeah. I don't even know why I would upgrade the processor at this point. I haven't found a use for it. I guess maybe Blender might pull it off. I don't even know if Blender is that. Last time I tried to use Blender with Daz stuff, it crashed the computer, and I was like, that sounds about right. Yeah, pretty much. Let's do an attack here, and we'll make the ground pound a little less common. I'm going to up the number of close actions. If you get too close, I'm just going to have her either ground pound or do back thingy. I don't want to delete all this. Yeah, overall, I found the computer do basically everything I want, with the exception of the DAS problem. That's it. I really haven't seen a need for anything else. It seems to stream just fine. All going to be external stuffs? Like, you're just going to have, like, external hard drives? And I've seen external graphics cards before. That's a little weird, but I've seen it. Like a little box that sits next to your, like, laptop, and you plug into there, and it's just graphics cards, and it's like, it wasn't very cheap either. I was like, you just buy a desktop at that point. Okay, you want to carry that with your laptop? Okay, well, that's the thing you could do. I'm not wrong. You could do that. I don't know. It seems a little stupid. You're really close. Maybe she ground pounds. Yeah, I don't know. I might get an additional monitor, but I have a unfortunate problem of this is a standing desk. You can only put so much weight on a standing desk. I guess the monitor's not too much, but I could probably make it happen. It'd be a little weird. I'd be looking way up like this. Huh. That sounds like it'll be very interesting to see. I'll give you that one. That does sound interesting. Not the worst thing I've heard. I like the 5700. Pretty good. I've definitely used worse. I have. This can do like 2, I guess. This. Do I ever jump sideways? I've been walking when close by. It's kind of a little slow. Maybe that to vary it up a bit. And let's set this to 6. Right to the 200, we're in that range there. Here, we're looking at this. This is just the first wave of things I wanted to do. Okay. Let's see how this pans out. It wasn't very aggressive before because, well, I kind of wanted to be more of a caster, but I think most of the first waves of all the enemies will likely be very aggressive. Locking with the 4.2 gigahertz as well. That's fair. Save on power. Not the worst. Huh. Build the setup to mine bitcoins? Nah, build the setup to have some extra, you know, hard drives and graphics cards? Yeah. Oh yeah, I haven't found any need for anything faster than that. Like, it's easily fine. You jump around a lot, and jumping's kind of... I don't really like it, honestly. It just seems weird. You wanna do something else? You sure jump a lot. The... She did like a weird little side jump afterwards. That's great. I'm gonna need to tone down the sanity thing. It's just not very good. It plays badly. It's so hard to see. And I get that it's kind of, you know, trying to serve a purpose of an indicator of sanity, but I don't really like the whole can't see what's going on thing very much. Also, this needs to go on to Poppet as well. Can I move this into there? It doesn't work like that. I was hoping. Yeah, it's fine. You can do that. Refresh the nodes. 2. I mean, CPU goes to 11. Now I'm sure there's like purposes for a more powerful CPU. I mean, nothing I do, but that's okay. I mean, sure, why not, you know? Hmm, interesting. Final tap. Let's see. Move that on there. I need to add the same thing to Pop. Not Pop, to Mini Pop. Mini Pop has to be launched too, which just means the NPCs just need it. Yeah. Honestly, this should probably be under combat for them. Ah, yes, combat. Sure. Refresh all nodes. Sometimes that works. Sometimes it's annoyed at me and wants me to individually refresh them too. Sure. Great one. Problem solved. Try it again, but this time with healing. I mean, you know, you could overclock those things. You get enough ways to keep it cool. You can overclock a CPU to dumb if you want. I've seen some incredible overclocks, but the cooling involved with those overclocks was also incredible. I was like, did you really use like some sort of dry ice concoction setup? What the is even happening here? It just, I don't know. The only time I ever find any bottlenecks on my computer is usually VRAM. There you go, see? Very extreme. Probably kind of unnecessary. Probably better just have multiple processors at that point if you really want to get too crazy. I think target damage is what we're doing here. Since I'm moving this to here. All function target damaged. This would not do a line trace. I don't think it needs a hit result. Then they can get launched too. Oh. They called launch. Oh. I guess there was a launch target, but okay. Hmm. Ooh. Oh, I see. Hmm. Happy now? Sure. Interesting to know. Oh, again, I still really haven't put much reason to overclock them. Oh man, this already does this. I think mine's still sitting at 3.8, just the default for it. Like nothing ever comes close to using it. I guess like sometimes Unreal sort of tries, but I don't have any problems with the processors. Usually they're fine. It's always just VRAM. And me wishing I had more AMD graphics cards, some more NVIDIA graphics cards and less AMD ones. All because of Daz. And I guess the codec for sure. Mostly because of that. Interesting. What are they doing? Move that over in case I wanted to launch them. This needs one additional change here. Vector has tag. Mini pop works differently. So if this is true, if this is false, if it's true, I want player damaged. Because Mini Pop is basically Poppet for all intents and purposes, so she always has to damage Poppet when she would get launched. But I want her to get launched as well. That must have been fun watching him melt. I used to fix people's computers, so I saw melted CPUs. Does that count? I didn't watch them get melted. Best thing I had go on was I had a hard drive explode while I was using it. Another one actually burned, well, actually it scorched a bunch of metal because it was in a laptop and it actually scorched the metal on top of where it was at. I thought it was a graphics card. It was a hard drive that did that. That was one of the old spinning ones, though. Obviously, the SSDs don't do that, but those little rotating things, those regular hard drives, whew. Use the tag Mini Pop, pretty certain. Doesn't. One as the tag Mini Pop. I'd be surprised you didn't. She'd soon very have it. They should allow her to get hit too. Oh. I forgot, she can duck. I never use it, but she can duck. I considered having stealth in the game at one point. Aha! There you go, perfect. Exactly what I was hoping for. Do it again. Do it again. Can you knock me out of the thing? Nope. Ow. Mean. Stop that. Nope. I'm on this side, not that side. Ow. You jerk. I wanted her to launch Mini Pop again. definitely tell my computer's been going for a while, can't you? Oh, the other problem is this, right? Nope. No. You can dodge that way. I'm literally standing on you. Why are you attacking? You should literally be as close as possible. Yeah, you can still dodge it. Oh, you launched mini pop. For some reason, every time you equip some sort of weaponry, your character doesn't like it. Sure. Well, when I attach weapons to Poppet, okay, the settings I use. So I use socket, snap, snap, and keep relative. I also weld simulated bodies so they keep the things like that. I think, do I have collision on here? I might not. Oh, the collision I have set is the overlap all dynamic, I think. Let me check this. Overlap all dynamic, yeah. That's because I have a ray trace on it, so I want it to pass through the enemies. I'm just using the ray trace there, visibility there, to tell where it hits, and then that dictates what it does with it. You probably want to do that. Let me double check the regular weapons though to see if I have it on the same. I probably do. It was a while ago I made these, so you know I got to remind myself. The fool. Yeah, I just have no collision. That might be part of the problem you're having there. That's true. It would help if we knew what it was trying to do. I'm sure they can help out if I can. I can't. Your character nudges around and flies off. You sure you turned off all the collision on that? Like all the different assets that are on there have no collision? Because I've definitely attached characters, collision to my characters, or actually things with collision to my characters, and then the character can't move in that direction and it screws everything up. You gotta make certain every portion of it has no collision. Well, everything just doesn't have a block on it. You can overlap all day long. That's perfectly fine. In fact, that's usually pretty desirable because I usually one of the ways you could do is you could just have the weapon have its own, you know, like a capsule on it or something, just have that overlap things, and whenever that hits something, then you trigger it. You've got a ray trace. I do like me some ray tracing though. It's been a while since I've checked up on these weapons. I might pull up a chair in a second. I'm gonna swap the sitting real fast. 1 second. Are killing me. Much better. Camera back on. Yeah. If you were just like, but why? I'm like, but. Sometimes, sometimes. Okay. So, what was the plan here? Getting sidetracked. This is why I usually design levels and areas later on in the night, because I get way more sidetracked by the end of the night, and I'm just like, all right, well, yeah. Well, there you go. Glad it worked out. This never happens. Ever. It is supposed to say jump direction left. That's dumb. Jump direction right. I'm tempted to, instead of having it done this way, have very specific attacks. I would just call those instead, but I don't know. Oh yeah, the collision makes all the difference. Like, I had a collision on Poppet's hat to try to fix her hair. And she couldn't jump because she had a hat on that had a collision. And she would jump and hit the collision. But she wouldn't move. If you attach it to a socket, it might move with. I don't think it does. It's weird. It doesn't do what you want. You might think it does, but trust me when I say it's not my experience. It's like, no. Oh, ground pound there. I like that. More aggressive. Jumping might be stupid. I might switch to the other. Why? I just told her to move instead of jump. You could just have her move the whole time. Sometimes move to target is just better than move forward, I think, or jump forward. It's got move to target on it. If I wanted to close the distance, jumping is almost kind of pointless. So we'll just do move to target on each of these ones here, just so she really, goes after things instead of the other. Like, I just don't think jump forward's ever a thing I need to do. Well, there's a few ways you can do it. One of the things you can do is you can just simply take the weapon and have, say, like a capsule on like the end of it or wherever the weapon is, where you want it to actually hit things with, and then just check the overlap on that. Just make certain the capsule is far enough away from the player's hand that they never hit themselves, You do a ray trace the same way, which is really what I do. Those are like probably the best ways to do it. I actually have a thing where I take the owner of the weapon, I make an array, and I tell it to ignore that actor. So this way they can't hit themselves ever. But, if you only had the player character who had the weapon, you could just do this. Hit player character. You make an array out of that because it wants an array. I guess you could also just do this and it converts it to an array. And then this would ignore the player character's weapon. The reason I have it this way is so the enemies can also have their weapons, but that's if you're doing a ray trace. Or if you have a collision, you could be like, you can give your actors tags. You could be like, you know, yeah, you can be like actor has tag. And then branch that. Be like, okay, well, if they have the tag, do that, and just do it on like a, well, I can't do it on that, but I don't have a collision, but I can add a collision real fast. So let's say I have like a capsule collision, sure. All right. I could be like, okay, well, on component begin overlap. Cool. Take the other actor, be like, actor has tag. Branch that, and be like, okay, well. And let's say the actor has a tag of enemy or something like that. And if so, then, you know, damage enemy. And if not, do nothing. Do that. I tag all my people. Poppet has the tag of Poppet. Mini Pop has the tag of Mini Pop. Enemies have tags for both their unique name and the fact they're an enemy. You know, do that. Those are the two ways I'd recommend. I kind of use both, depends on the situation, on if it would make better sense to be a ray trace or better sense to be more of a shape that it's colliding with, because ray traces are, of course, just a line. So it doesn't work too well if, you know, it's some big boulder that lands on you. Why is that ray tracing? It's weird. Better to not do that. But yeah, I use both of those. So I guess I could try move instead. The jump seems so weird. Like, I just don't like them. What if I test move direction instead? Like, at the distance, I don't care too much. It's just move to target, but Patrick did a lot of the jumping, but I don't think this character needs to do as much jumping. Other than maybe at point blank range. We'll see. I don't want to change them all and then discover I hate it and have to change them all back. It's like a lot of extra. I just want to see how it pans a little bit. I might need to give her more attacks and things like that too. We'll see how it goes. It's really hard for her to hit Poppet, so really haven't found it to be her being 3 times the size of Poppet is a real problem. 2 times the size isn't so bad, but 3 times is just hard. I need to give her some stomps, but she's just so much bigger than Poppet. Also, her weapon should probably hit Poppet. Yeah, she really can't hit these things. I'm trying to find the best range for that. What are you doing? Where are you going? Sometimes she picks a target that's in the middle of nowhere. Don't face the player on them. I think that might be the problem. Like when she's moving forward, face the player makes sense, but otherwise I don't really care. Important question. Okay. Maybe I'll design some areas something after this. I don't know. I actually slept like 8 hours last night and still got like a 30-minute nap before I started streaming. So I doing 40 minutes. I think it was 30, but I'm not that tired today. I think she closes too close. I need to reduce the close distance a bit. Let's make the acceptable like 500 or something. I want her to be at a distance. 200 just puts her so close she can't hit anything. Getting this animation to hit is a very big challenge. Looks cool, but doesn't hit very well. Also, when it equips a weapon, I've noticed that it kind of sticks out of her hand too, right? Like it's like behind her hand. Means I need to do some adjusting there. Oh, sometimes, yeah, the pin is just so like too tiny. Pretty dumb. I just kind of want to move it a little bit this way, not a lot, just enough. It'll also affect where she hits to by a tiny fraction. It's not going to be like in okay? Best I can tell. All right, so that's a thing. That's a thing. I wonder stop at 500. I wonder if this is about where I should be. It should actually be more like this is 600 and then this is like 400. I really want that sweet spot. It's so easy to make a regular enemy hit Poppet. It's just this giant enemy. I have so much understanding now for how the Dark Souls people probably feel. And she moves away, sure. Oh, because she's targeting mini pop. That's why she tried to hit it in the air. Okay. That attack just does not hit. Yeah, that can prevent damage. I need to fix that. Yeah, you can use the invulnerability in that, in the dodge. Like this. And I didn't take any damage from the fall. I guess that's okay. Do I hate that? I don't think I hate that. It does give you a backup plan, but I think I should definitely limit the dodge to being on the ground. It's not that I really care about them preventing the damage there. I'm actually fine with that. The problem I have is that you can jump and then do that, and it's basically double jump. It's a double jump that's like a, you know, a vertical and then a horizontal jump, but still, that's a double jump. Just lets you reach places you shouldn't be able to. I don't like that at all. No, sir. I don't like it. This doesn't change anything, right? I could do that, sure. I don't like block actions on this. I probably could, but I actually like the ability to attack from the dodge. I don't really want to disable that. It's just kind of a fun little ability. Actually, surprisingly good. Falling to this, sure. I also noticed she was able to hit me from farther away than I want. Put the ground pound there. Make like 700 the number. A little bit of testing. You got to make it feel good. You got to slow things down so the player's chance to respond. All that crap, you know. You got to do a bunch of things. So. Me. At the yawn face portion of my night. Okay, I can give another hour or two and I got this. Yeah. See, my computer still has this because it's getting a little laggy. You know, 6 hours in, it's definitely unhappy with these. How is it on your hand? It actually looks like it's stuck in her hand. I actually don't know if I hate that. I mean, she is a, like, you know, a voodoo doll, so it being stuck in her hand is actually probably more accurate than her holding it, right? I can't use near perfect. I can use it when I'm about to land, though. Which does basically negate the damage if I want it to. I can dodge that. That's perfect. I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. Oh no, I want that. It might be a mini pup that is calling her actions out. Could be. Kind of annoying. I wanted to talk, but I don't want to talk about, the direction she's moving. I want to talk about the our Lord and Savior Voodoo, apparently. I'd like to talk to you, if you have time, about our Lord and Savior Voodoo. Helped free all of the voodoo dolls. Okay, so that I'm fine with. That I'm fine with. I don't think this phase is that bad, other than the stupid attack keeps missing, which I don't like. But beyond that, not terrible. Mostly just comes down to making it so that you can successfully hit that. I actually don't like the jumps very much, so I'll probably remove a lot of that. What I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to take the code from this, and then I'll simply move it over to the other one and then add to that so that I get stronger version of the same type of behavior with more attacks in, because usually I find that's probably better. Not necessarily, but it's probably better. We're not even using the greater than 500. There. Okay, we're not using that. I want the gather mini pop mechanic to be a thing, but maybe I don't want it in the first round. Maybe I want to move it to the second round. Like, she'll chase after him, but she's not actually, pulling her to there. So maybe I let him have mini pop in the first point. But it's not until the second graph that we get crazy. We get crazy. It looks crazy. We put gather mini pop right here instead. Second phase. Am I just copying everything? Maybe. In hindsight, I should probably do it this way. Probably fine. I really wanted to close the distance. I kind of want to move the target to be faster too. He's huge. You know? He should move pretty fast. Not like a regular mob, but you know, someone who's really got it all figured out. Let's keep the same name between all of them. I do this. I'm just setting temporary move speed out there, right? This way I can make it run if I want. Important. And at the very end, I gotta set it back. Tried to wrap this into the regular movement thing, but the problem I had was that it kept finding the wrong target. Like it would get the target location of the actor, so you'd think it'd be fine, but then it's like, nope, I'm just gonna run off in the middle of nowhere, so I'm just gonna go back to this one here. Because instead of using a point, it just uses the actor, which works fine. Don't make changes you don't need to. You know, I'd like one command that does everything. You know, it's fine. Good days. Have largely worked out. Cool with that. Fixed a whole bunch of brushes too, so geometry brushes, so they were preventing the game from being slowed down as much. Good times. So I think I'll make Vu's move speed like real fast. She's a big character. At 3 times Poppet size, you would assume she would move quickly. Probably gonna go back through and fix Patrick up a bit as well, but we're still in the first phase of Vu here, so. You gonna move? She's iron the whole time. What am I missing? So I said it there, blah, blah, blah. Oh, bit of a break there. Didn't work out so hot. Probably should have connected that. But it didn't. Might reboot Unreal Engine in a second. Just the fact that it seems to be kind of laggy. If you time it just right, you can avoid taking damage. I'm okay with that. Like if you're on the ground when you do it, like there's a brief window where you can avoid. That attack just doesn't hit like it all. It's so hard for that attack to hit. It's so crap. It looks cool, which sucks because I want it to be really good, and it just sucks. It doesn't do it. Like, nah. I need to investigate why. Kind of annoying though. Kind of annoying. I think some water, such as some alcohol, probably a better plan. Okay, so this just does this work? I think it's the weapon itself. I'm looking at that. I don't know why I'm even looking at our animation. I don't care about our animation. I mean, I care about our animation if it physically puts the weapon in the right location. That's true, but I have questions. One of the things I want to do is do a bit of a change here. Where is the weapon? It's over there. Oh, doesn't matter. What if I rotate it a little bit? Okay, so do this. F parent says this, right? So we're doing this. I know it can hit. does have a line trace. Well, first off, if Actorized attack mini pop, damage the player. Do that, place your weapon. First of all, that's still too far. Feels unfair. All right, good. Not too much alcohol, not enough water, food or anything. I had a couple slices like 7 hours ago. I like a lot of food, so I wasn't that interested in more, but how am I gonna make this attack hit? Not hit. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. I want to look at something here. For the no, how's a full play out? I think it's actually non-Poppet herself. Okay, yeah, it's on notify begin for that, but no one else does on notify begin, I don't think. Voodoo does on completed. Okay, so during it does the swing weapon, and then on completed it does all the cleanup. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what's making it miss. If I slow the attack down, maybe it's going too fast for the ray trace to catch it, which is a possibility. We'll slow it down by 0.2 and just see where it goes from there. All the attacks play out so fast that they're just not fun. You really want to give the player a chance to dodge stuff, which is a thing. Boing. I can't do the air dash while I'm jumping through things. That sucks. It's so fun to do it. Bonked her there. She can hit me, but the problem is her ability to hit me is pretty much way off to the left. It just seems so weird. It doesn't look like she's blending the attack. She looks like she's actually doing the whole thing there. I think she just needs to be rotated or something. Let's just rotate Voodoo entirely and just see what happens. I think that might be what needs to do. Can't do that. I have to. One. If they approved all my emojis or not. Yeah, they approved them all. Oh, nice. I'll make more tomorrow. In that time. Really at a loss on how to make that weapon hit. Hmm. Feeling the tired already here. Might be going a little longer, but those long work days combined with long stream days. I'd like to just switch to just the stream days and not the work days. That'd be my perfect world. I'd stream so long if that was the case. Or I'm going like, for like, I guess it's almost been 14 and a half hours of work today, so 10 hours of streaming would be easy if I didn't have the other 8 hours of work. All right, well, I'm not sure what I'm going to do about that until later to figure it out because it's just not working the way I like the stomp attack. That's working. Possibly I replace the crappy swing with something else. It could just be a caster. I thought the giant voodoo pin was cool, but is it? Is it really? It's up a bit. Still works way better than before. That happened. Oh, too soon. Maybe tomorrow I'll stream for longer. I don't know. I think that I'm fading fast, and also I think Unreal Engine's locked up anyway. Makes it perfect timing. Back to the mouse type. Oh, the thing. Oh, my stuff's running out here. Let me go to the power cord. First one that doesn't work with it. Mouse pad. Garbage. No. My phone won't last long if I take away the extra power thing for it, so we'll see how that goes. But I need ability to use my mouse. All right. Frozen. Mouse back. It. There we go. Finally, the mouse back. File. Maybe that's sure sign to find someone to raid and head off for the night once all the power starts running out on all my devices. Probably a good plan. Let's see who's doing things, useful things in the world of game dev. Who would like to be best with peers? Find someone who's got basically no one, because it's always more fun to help out someone who's been where I was like just a couple weeks ago. Here. Want someone who's using Unreal Engine. I'm an Unreal Engine elitist. Oh. Got to dump upon other engines. Well, maybe not. Definitely too lazy to even look at other engines. Time. That is true. Do I know anyone who's currently online? Oh, actually. Newest sub. Me raiding. Help him get. He needs 2 followers. We can get him to affiliate, I believe. 2 followers. Yeah. Catch up on later. I'm gonna send Ray to hopefully get him those last 2 followers he needs to be an affiliate. I'll be back tomorrow night. Doing all the usual things. Catch you later, Carva. And everyone else. Raid, 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 raid. Raid, 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 raid.